Girls' education is definitely an issue, which needs a solution from the government. People want it, and it is a need for the future as well. But for conditions to be suitable, and for all religious scholars to reach a consensus, will require some time.
Nafisa Bahar is a women's rights activist. The religious scholars who attend this meeting cannot be representatives of women. I'm sure they will not talk about women's rights. We have so many women who could have attended the gathering and negotiated for us. But if half the population is missing from it, then I don't think the meeting has any legitimacy, she said.
And it's not just that they're missing from the gathering. Since the Taliban seized power last year, women have begun to disappear from public life. Unless the group can make firm commitments on women's right to work and to be educated, this gathering will not further their case for international recognition, something they really need to pull the country out of the economic crisis it's in. Yogita Lemain, BBC News, Kabul.
In Japan, an unprecedented heatwave has got many worried about global warming and a possible shortage of electricity to keep air conditioners going. Tokyo reported record-breaking temperatures on Thursday, making it the worst June heatwave in Japan since records began nearly 150 years ago. Rupert Winfield-Hayes reports.
In Isezaki, it is another blazing hot day. At 11 a.m., the temperature is already somewhere north of 40 degrees Celsius. For Masaya Mariyama, his wife and brother, working outside in these conditions isn't just hard, it's dangerous. Masaya shows me the electric fans in his jacket designed to keep him cool, but they hardly seem up to the task. We went up to 47 degrees on the car's thermometer yesterday, he tells me. Is it dangerous, I ask? Yes, it's dangerous. We've never had temperatures like this before in June. Usually it's raining now. A week ago, most people had never heard of the little city of Isezaki, 100 kilometers north of Tokyo. Now, it's suddenly famous.
This is now officially the hottest place in Japan. It's been above 40 degrees twice already this week. And according to my thermometer, it's well above that out here in the sunshine today. This has never happened before in June, anywhere in Japan. This should be the middle of the rainy season. And it's causing huge problems for Japan's electricity generating system. It's just barely keeping up with demand. And if it fails, people are going to die.
These heat waves are not just a natural fluctuation in weather. Man-made climate change is making them more extreme and more dangerous.
Over the past 100 years, the average temperature for Japan has risen by about 1 degree, which is more than a world record, in fact. And for Tokyo, it was like 3 degrees higher. So temperatures have been rising. So yeah, definitely climate change is part of the reason.
The increasingly frequent heat waves are particularly dangerous for old people, of which Japan has many. So here in the north of Tokyo, they've opened a cooling down center, where I find 86-year-old Kyoji Saito taking refuge from the heat and playing Japanese chess. I'm overwhelmed by the heat, he said. Coming here to cool down is really important. I don't want to use the aircon at home, but we're being told if you don't, you could die. 4 years ago, another heat wave killed scores of elderly people and put 20,000 in hospital. This one is expected to break on Sunday. For millions of people across Japan, it won't come a moment too soon. Rupert Winfield-Hayes, BBC News, in Tokyo.
Let's turn our attention to tennis now, and a rainy day for Wimbledon, where Rafael Nadal is through to round 3. And Britain's Katie Boulter, who had a wild card, was a surprise winner. Our sports correspondent, Chethan Partik, was watching the action.
The great champions have a habit of just finding a way to win. That's exactly what Rafael Nadal showed here on Thursday on the centre court. He hasn't played on grass for 3 years when you consider these championships were postponed in 2020, and he missed Wimbledon entirely last year. He's finding his feet underneath the grass again. He may have dropped a set against Richardis Berankis, but his hopes of winning a third Wimbledon title continue in this extraordinary year where he's already won the French Open, and before that, the Australian Open. His biggest fan is the world number one, Iga Swiatek. He survived big scare, also progressed to the third round. Thursday's standout result here for the British fans, at least, involved home favourite Katie Boulter. At 25 years old, her career plagued by injuries. She's now ranked outside the top 100. She knocked out last year's beaten finalist Karolina Pliskova, the biggest win of Boulter's life. She's never reached the third round of a Grand Slam until now. After the match, she dedicated her win to her grandma, who died only 2 days ago. In the women's draw, worth keeping an eye out for two former champions looking very good. Simona Halep is through to the third round, as is the two-time winner Petra Kvitova. And in the men's draw, all eyes on a fascinating third-round match between the fourth seed, Stefanos Tsitsipas, who won earlier in straight sets. He's now going to play Nick Kyrgios, who always gives us unmissable moments here at Wimbledon. He also went through in straight sets against Filip Krajinovic.
Now there's just time to bring you some news from Chile, where keepers at Santiago Zoo are delighted to announce it's a boy. And that's after the birth of a baby giraffe was captured on camera earlier this month. Weighing in 100 kilos and standing almost 2 meters tall, the baby giraffe was presented to the public on Wednesday. There's now a contest to choose his name underway. And got to have a go myself, I'd say that's the giraffe. Anyway, you can reach me on Twitter. I'm at Gareth Barnett.
Hello again. Well, Thursday was a day of sunshine and showers, but the day's showers were a lot bigger. There were loads more thunderstorms around than we've seen over the last few days. And whenever you see big clouds towering upwards through the skies like these, well, you know someone's getting soaked. Someone lived in South Newington as those heavy downpours came through here. A really hefty shower. Now, the showers and thunderstorms that developed through the day have actually kept going for the first part of the night as well. They have tended to migrate towards the Pennines, northeast England, and will generally begin to fade away over the next few hours. But at the same time, we'll probably see some rain just spinning its way across the North Sea, grazing northeast Scotland over the next few hours. Here are your morning temperatures. Now, for Friday itself, we've got low pressure in charge. It's a day of sunshine and showers, broadly speaking. However, we'll see another low bring some more general rain into Northern Ireland as we go through the afternoon. Here's the forecast for Wimbledon. The computer reckons it's dry. Well, you might be lucky, I suppose, but I'd go for a chance of a shower, to be honest. The shower's going to be quite widespread. They'll get going through the morning, and come the afternoon, some of them will turn heavy and thundery. The greatest chance of seeing those heavier showers will be across eastern areas of Scotland and down the eastern side of England, down to about Norfolk, I suspect. Temperatures similar to recent days. High teens across western areas, low 20s in the east. Feeling warm in the sunshine, but a bit more of a breeze around on Friday compared with the last couple of days. The weekend sees further weather fronts diving eastwards across the UK, and so on Saturday, we start off with this weak weather front, band of rain pushing eastwards across England and Wales. What follows is, sunshine and showers again, some of them heavy, particularly across northwestern areas this time. It's here where we've got the greatest chance of seeing some thunder, and those temperatures not really changing a great deal. Low 20s in the east, but generally for most of us, looking at temperatures into the high teens. Now, pressure starts to gradually rise from the southwest as we go through Sunday, so probably dry for Wales, good parts of western England, probably the Midlands too. A few showers elsewhere, notably across Scotland and Northern Ireland. And temperatures, well, they haven't really changed very much, have they? Pressure will rise more generally into next week, so more of us will enjoy drier weather, a bit more sunshine, and it will start to get a bit warmer as well.
And it's a really stark reminder of just how fierce the fighting was all along these roads into Kiev.
When prices rise this fast, it hits everyone.
It's like hustling the hardest you can hustle every day just to get through.
What happened here in Uvalde has reignited a nationwide debate about gun control.
Over the last year, NASA's Perseverance rover has revealed the planet as never seen before.
The BBC News Channel, more than just the headlines.
You may think you hear interviews with politicians all the time, but how often do you hear what makes them tick? I can't stand losing. whether it's on the football pitch or in politics, everything is about the results. If you're on the pitch, you're on the pitch to win.
I think it's fair to say that when I was in my youth, I was a professional controversialist, and I liked exploring ideas and stirring things up.
Political Thinking with Nick Robinson, Saturday 8:30 on the BBC News Channel. The Russian invasion of Ukraine continues past 100 days.
The troops say it was a cluster bomb and it landed less than a mile away.
This is the site of a Russian missile attack on the eastern edge of Kharkiv.
The Ukrainians have already pushed the Russians out of their city.
See the headlines as they happen on the BBC News app and get the full story with bbc.co.uk/news. Follow the latest on the Russian invasion of Ukraine with BBC News.
This is BBC News, the headlines. The Chinese President Xi Jinping has sworn in Hong Kong's new leader, John Lee. The territory is marking 25 years since the handover from British colonial rule. Mr. Lee is taking over from Carrie Lam, whose time in office saw Beijing tighten its grip on Hong Kong. The US Supreme Court has dealt a serious blow to President Biden's plans to tackle climate change. It's issued a ruling that limits the government's ability to regulate emissions from power plants. The case was brought on behalf of 19 mostly Republican-led states. And NATO leaders have pledged more financial aid and weapons for Ukraine. The alliance also renewed calls for President Putin to end the invasion. NATO's Secretary General insisted that Ukraine must prevail as an independent state. Now on BBC News, it's Hard Talk.
Welcome to Hard Talk. I'm Sarah Montague. When the UK handed Hong Kong back to China 25 years ago, the last words of the departing British governor to the people of the territory were, "Now Hong Kong people are to run Hong Kong."
Hard Talk.
That is the promise.
Hard
And
Talk's
that
pretty
is
cool.
the unshakable destiny. The man who said those words, Chris Patten, now Lord Patten, is my guest today. Has that promise been broken? And could the UK have done more to honour it? Lord Patten, welcome to Hard Talk.
Thank you.
Has that promise that Hong Kong would be run by Hong Kong people been broken?
Yes. And it was based on the perhaps misguided assumption, which some of us had occasional doubts about, that the Chinese Communist Party, let me make a distinction, would keep their word, and they have pretty comprehensively broken their word, which is contained in an international treaty lodged at the United Nations called the Joint Declaration.
You said at the time, you wrote at the time in the Hong Kong Diaries, which you've just published, that ultimately after the handover, much will depend on whether the Chinese Communist Party can actually be trusted to honour one country, two systems, which was the deal agreed. Hong Kong's former chief executive, CY Leung, who's now vice chairman of China's top political advisory body, said just days ago that Hong Kong's democracy is following the basic law and the principle that you agreed of one country, two systems. You're smiling.
Well, CY Leung is the Polish seem to suggest when people were asking Hong Kong about it, a pretty dubious piece of work, whether or not he was a member of the Communist Party, when having governor as a matter of dispute, and certainly was being supportive of whatever the communist leadership says. So you take everything he says, not just with a warehouse for salt, but with a container fleet of salt. It is true that the Chinese have produced their version of democracy. But as one Chinese supporter said to me on one occasion, said to the House of Commons Foreign Affairs Select Committee, it's not that the Chinese, he said, are against democracy. We just like to know the results in advance. And what they've been very keen on doing is installing a system of elections, which means that you can vote for anybody that they will support. So at the moment, anybody who actually believes in democracy doesn't get a look in. The only people who can get elected by a rather small chosen group of people are those who will do what they're told.
Well, let's turn to the most recent elections in December of last year. Candidates had to be vetted, as you say. There was a cut in the number of directly elected representatives. There was a boycott by many people. Turnout was just 30%. And by one analysis, 82 of the 90 seats were won by members pro-establishment, pro-Beijing camp. Given that you said 25 years ago on leaving Hong Kong, Britain has provided the scaffolding that enabled the people of Hong Kong to ascend the rule of law, clean and light-handed government. The way you're talking now, did you expect this? Did you fear this?
Well, in my gloomiest moments, and I tend to the glass half empty school of looking at things, in my gloomiest moments, I thought that there was a possibility that it would all go wrong. I never thought that there would be a sort of Tiananmen Square in Hong Kong. I thought that wouldn't happen. There wouldn't be a tank man in Hong Kong. But I did always rather question the point that was made endlessly by my biggest critic, who was a former British ambassador in China called Percy Craddock. And he'd been very close to Margaret Thatcher. That was very much driven by him when the joint declaration was agreed. And when people were arguing that there should be an arbitration mechanism in it, he said, no, no, no. And his argument was this. He said, and he had reason for realising this because he'd been in the British Embassy when it was burnt down during the Cultural Revolution. He said, the Chinese leaders may be thuggish dictators, but they're men of their word. Now, we know that part of that is true, the first bit, but the second part isn't. And you can look at things all around the world, examples of the Chinese simply breaking international agreements. President Obama said it about them in relation to the WTO. They've done it in relation to the fortification of atolls and islands in the South China Sea. And they've comprehensively broken their word over the joint declaration.
But many people listening to this will think, look, that there's an element of double standards here. Because the UK held the territory for decades, and as C.Y. Leung pointed out just recently, reminding the British government, it never gave Hong Kong democracy. All the way, as he said, all the way until the last day of British rule in Hong Kong, the British government never gave the territory democracy.
Well, let me just unpick that for a moment. And the idea that C.Y. Leung should be regretting that is for the birds. I mean, he was always a poet.
But is the UK in a position to criticise?
Yes, and I'll tell you why. Hong Kong was different from any other colony. We weren't in a position where we were preparing for independence because part of it was held on a lease and it was always being returned to China. And when in the 50s and 60s, occasionally, British governments used to talk about a faster pace of democratization in Hong Kong. The Chinese, including Zhou Enlai on one occasion, said, you can't do that. If you do that, people in Hong Kong will get the impression they're being prepared for independence, and they're not. They're coming back to the motherland, quote unquote. In the 1980s, however, partly because of the joint declaration and partly because people said, well, if there isn't going to be an arbitration mechanism, we better do something about democracy. We did start to pick up the pace of democratization, and the number of directly elected seats was increased. It is true that when I was rubbished and lambasted as a sinner for 1,000 generations, for somebody who'd done nameless things with President Clinton, I never quite understood that one. When I was being lambasted for allegedly producing democracy, the democracy I produced was pretty limited because it was constrained by the joint declaration and the basic law. What I tried to do was to make the existing elections as fair and reasonable as possible. And I got rid of the junket, or I junked many of the arrangements for the functional constituencies, which were sort of rotten pocket boroughs, and increased by about 2 million the number of people who could vote in them. So it was limited. But I think what most annoyed the Chinese wasn't that I'd made the elections a bit fairer, but that I'd actually consulted people in China before doing it, in Hong Kong before doing it, because they thought that any agreement, anything done in Hong Kong should be agreed between the sovereign powers, between Britain and China, and they thought it was nothing to do with Hong Kongers. But I insisted, for reasons which you can discuss if you like later, that it should be discussed first of all with people in Hong Kong, and they should know what was going to happen.
Indeed, but you're saying you're tied that the UK could not have introduced democracy at the scale and at the timing that it wanted to. There is still a charge about the way it left Hong Kong and on this question of double standards, because there's another double standard, which is over the way the West describes protests, and it's flagged up by Regina Ip, who's a Hong Kong Executive Council member.
She is indeed. She's
chair of it's pro-Beijing New People's Party. She said this week, and she was drawing a comparison between protests in Hong Kong and the attack on the US Capitol earlier on January the 6th, where she said, Western media and politicians called the Capitol attack an insurrection, but talk of Hong Kong riots as a fight for freedom and a beautiful sight. That she sees the national security law as restoring order, peace and security. It is a different perspective.
It is true that whenever we do something like the appalling events on the January the 6th in Washington, the Chinese will take that as an example of double standards in Western democracies, and they're not entirely wrong to say that. I think the main weakness in developing our arguments with totalitarian states everywhere, and make no mistake, China is a totalitarian state. When we as democracies don't behave as we should, that is something they can score on. But just remember what the demonstrations in 2019 were about. They were against an extradition treaty which would have enabled Hong Kong to send anybody it didn't like up to China to be tried. And when people objected to that, people like Regina Ip said, well, it will mean that from now on China doesn't have to abduct people from Hong Kong. 2 million people were on the streets. 2 million people, and they weren't dealt with by discussion. They were dealt with tear gas and plastic bullet rounds and tasers.
So is it all the blame with China? When you look back at what the UK could and should have done, should it have done more?
Oh, look, we're talking about 25, 30, 35 years ago. Do I think it should have done more? Yes, I do. We did a great deal to underpin the rule of law. We did a great deal to strengthen protection of the Bill of Rights. It is true, as the greatest expert on different forms of government has argued, a great American political scientist, that Hong Kong, and he was writing then in the 80s and early 90s, Hong Kong was the only society you could think of which was liberal with the rule of law, but didn't have complete democracy. That's absolutely true. I wasn't elected, I was appointed, but I was appointed to serve people in Hong Kong, not to serve London or to serve Beijing.
Right, but what we've seen in Hong Kong has led to more people of Hong Kong coming to the UK, yeah. And there was a new programme introduced at the start of 2021. Yeah. The UK expects 100,000 have applied through that and been granted visas. The UK expects 300 to 500,000 of a possible 5 million people who could be eligible.
It's not 5 million, but
okay, but
you're making a reasonable point.
What sort of numbers would you expect are going to come here as a result of what we're seeing in Hong Kong?
I would think it's probably nearer 300,000, but I don't know. What is true is most of the ones who've come so far have been in professional classes. They've been teachers, they've been doctors, they've been medics. I went to my old school the other day, and the newest chemistry teacher was from Hong Kong.
It's a brain drain.
It is a brain drain, and it's not only a brain drain, but it's people who loved Hong Kong but can't bear the thought of bringing up their children. I was with lots of them last night. They were getting me to sign my book for them. They hate the idea of what they've always regarded as a free and open society suddenly being one in which, as a recent panorama by the BBC was pointing out, stops free speech, arrests people, and always has looming over them the prospect of them being incarcerated.
Now, in everything you have written about your time in Hong Kong and the handover and in these diaries, you suggest that the British government and British business were too subservient to China. You suggested that that was counterproductive. I mean, presumably, given what we are hearing from NATO now, they've just released a statement saying China's stated ambitions and coercive policies challenge our interests, securities, and values. Are you pleased to hear that kind of much more punchy statement coming?
Yeah, look, I have never believed in containing China, but I do believe that we should constrain China and point out its bad behaviour when it happens. There's a great and famous called long telegram, it's called, by George Kennan about the Soviet Union in 1946, in which he said that we should recognise that their view, i.e. the Russian, their view of reality and ours are incompatible. And it's true with China. Trade in body parts, forced abortions. Look at what's happening in Xinjiang. Look at what's happening in Hong Kong. Look at what's happening in Tibet. The last imperial power in the world is China in Xinjiang and Tibet and Hong Kong.
Okay, so where does this lead? Because at the same time as we're hearing this statement from NATO, we have the likes of the US Treasury, former US Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen, talking about friendshoring, advising companies to ensure that their supply chains are in friendly countries so that they are more resilient. That idea of what is a retreat of globalization.
It's certainly a retreat of globalization if the price for globalization is having to kowtow to China. Take one example, the bullying by China. January 2020, the Chinese foreign minister is in Australia, and he's asked about this strange outbreak of disease in Wuhan, and he says it's containable, it's curable, no problem. At the same time, the Chinese government were buying hand over fist PTE equipment in Australia and elsewhere here. So not surprisingly, the Australians say there should be a proper WHO inquiry, because under the WHO international health regulations, the Chinese had agreed, Article 6, that as with others, hold on, that any epidemic disease should be reported in a timely way within 24 hours to the WHO. So the Australians asked for an inquiry, and so the Chinese then block their exports.
But where does this head? I want, because if you have a world where supply chains are being separated across the world, you have NATO talking so forcefully about China. Is that world where you have countries pulling apart? Is it a safer world?
It's a safer world if it constrains bad behaviour by totalitarian states. Look,
but do you think it will?
It's a feeble.
Do you think it will?
I'm not sure, but I'll tell you what is true. It's no argument for statecraft. It's no argument for putting the national interest first. To close your eyes when wicked things are happening.
Okay, but when you look at where we are, because in this situation, I wonder what it means for Taiwan, because Taiwan, China's president has said. Xi Jinping has told Taiwan that it must recognize that it must and will be reunited with China, and he warned that military force is not out of the question. Do you think China plans to invade Taiwan?
I didn't used to, and I don't necessarily think so now, but I think it's a more difficult question to answer. I think what's happened in Ukraine, where China is, of course, an accomplice, I think what's happened in Ukraine might have added to the second or third thoughts which any sensible Chinese leader should harbour about Taiwan. But Taiwan is 100 kilometres or miles from the Chinese coast. It has very few landing beaches. It has high mountains, and the Chinese would be mad to do it. It would wreck their economy, which is already in a very fragile state, and it would also destroy any power to influence people that they have left in the world. So I think it would be a disaster for them.
You called China an accomplice in Ukraine.
Yes.
What did you mean?
What I mean is that it's undoubtedly the case that Putin told Xi what he was going to do during the Winter Olympics. The Chinese have looked the other way even though
but not resupplied arms to Russia.
Well, we don't know about that. We're not sure how much help they've given in the cybersecurity area, and we also know perfectly well that China should know what is happening in Huawei in Ukraine, because Huawei is all over Ukraine, and Ukraine was one of the Belt and Road initiatives places. All that Belt and Roads investiture would have been destroyed by Russian artillery fire now.
When the UK Foreign Secretary Liz Truss told MPs on the UK Foreign Affairs Select Committee, we should be sending arms to Taiwan, we need to learn the lesson from Ukraine. Every piece of equipment we've sent takes months of training, so the sooner we do it, the better. Is she right?
Now, I heard Peter Ricketts, who knows more about these things than I do about
This
weapons
Lord
and stuff.
Ricketts, who's a former NATO ambassador
and a national security advisor, and much else besides, who used to be my backstop for Hong Kong in the Foreign Office, and is terrific. I heard him talking about that, and I think he made the reasonable point that we haven't exactly got an excess of weapons, and that our priority should be in Europe and dealing with Ukraine and helping there. We don't have, I think, an excess of the sort of weapons that would be needed, but certainly we should try to involve, without compromising the strategic ambiguity of Taiwan. We should certainly insist on them being involved in things like the World Health Organization Council, to bring them in to things rather than shut them out just because China wants to go on bullying them.
Prior to being governor of Hong Kong, you were a Conservative Party chairman. You have said recently that it would be a disaster for the UK if Boris Johnson wins the general election. Why?
Well, nobody, I think, has ever thought of me as a strong supporter of Boris Johnson. I hope a sensible Conservative Party wins the next election, but like previous leaders of the Conservative Party, like William Hague, like the former Home Secretary, like others, I think his time is up.
If he is still Prime Minister at the next election, will you vote Conservative?
I can't vote in elections because I'm a peer.
Would you if you could?
I've made a lifetime's choice never to ask hypothetical questions, but I would vote for a Conservative candidate if there was a good one in my constituency.
Your successor as Conservative Party chair, Oliver Dowden, resigned recently after the party lost 2 by-elections. And he said, we can't carry on business as usual. Somebody must take responsibility. I've concluded it would not be right for me to remain in office. There are others, like former Tory Conservative Party leader Michael Howard, saying members of the cabinet should carefully consider their positions.
Yeah, I think Michael Howard is absolutely right. That's what I said, that he and William Hague had both made much the same point.
Do you want cabinet members to move against Boris Johnson?
What I would like them to do is to stop parroting on the Today programme or World at One or whatever, ridiculous arguments about the distinction between a party and a gathering. And whatever is the number 10 line. I mean, I just think it's demeaning for them to go on doing that. And they should have every cabinet.
And this is because of what we understand happened in number 10 throughout the pandemic,
cabinet
when rules were broken.
Cabinet ministers, of course, want to pursue their own careers, but they should also take account of the national interest.
And what, you think it's in the national interest for one of the current cabinet members to move against the Prime Minister?
I think it would be in the national interest for cabinet ministers to tell us very seriously why they think it's in the national interest for Boris Johnson not to move on and reoccupy his place as a distinguished Sunday Telegraph and Telegraph columnist.
And if no cabinet minister does that, do you think that the 1922 committee, which represents the party's backbench members, should change the rules to allow another vote of confidence? After all, Boris Johnson, the Prime Minister, won one recently.
Probably not, but I'm less certain about that. Because it starts, look, if you change the rules every time you don't get the results you want, it starts to look a bit dodgy. The fact is that 40% or so of Conservative MPs voted for a change. And if you take out the ones who were already ministers, it's a much higher percentage than that. So a lot of party leaders would, I think, regard that as a less than ringing endorsement of what they were trying to do. So I think I've made one or two comments about Mr. Johnson in my diaries, and I'm not going to lie now and think he's ideal. Far from it. What I do worry about.
Is there any obvious alternative?
Oh, I could think of quite a few, but I don't want to ruin their chances by saying who I think would do it perfectly well. What I do think is when it comes to the referendum campaign on Scotland, which apparently we're going to have sooner rather than later, it's terribly important for Conservatives and Labour and Liberal Democrats to be on the same side rather than for the Union. So you've got to think of the sort of politicians who could do that convincingly and would be happy to work with others.
And what you don't think Boris Johnson could make the case in Scotland for staying in the United Kingdom?
I think it's very difficult to see how he could do it. You look back at some of the politicians who've previously argued passionately against Scottish independence, like John Major, like Tony Blair. They would work whatever their political differences perfectly well together. But it's quite difficult to see that happening with Mr. Johnson.
Lord Patten, thank you for coming on Hard Talk.
Thank you.
Hello again. Well, Thursday was a day of sunshine and showers, but the day's showers were a lot bigger. There were loads more thunderstorms around than we've seen over the last few days. And whenever you see big clouds towering upwards through the skies like these, well, you know someone's getting soaked. Someone lived in South Newington as those heavy downpours came through here. Really hefty shower. Now, the showers and thunderstorms that developed through the day have actually kept going for the first part of the night as well. They have tended to migrate towards the Pennines, northeast England, and will generally begin to fade away over the next few hours. But at the same time, we'll probably see some rain just spinning its way across the North Sea, grazing northeast Scotland over the next few hours. Here are your morning temperatures. Now, for Friday itself, we've got low pressure in charge. It's a day of sunshine and showers, broadly speaking. However, we'll see another low bring some more general rain into Northern Ireland as we go through the afternoon. Here's a forecast for Wimbledon. The computer reckons it's dry. Well, you might be lucky, I suppose, but I'd go for a chance of a shower, to be honest. The shower's going to be quite widespread. They'll get going through the morning, and come the afternoon, some of them will turn heavy and thundery. The greatest chance of seeing those heavier showers will be across eastern areas of Scotland and down the eastern side of England, down to about Norfolk, I suspect. Temperatures similar to recent days. High teens across western areas, low 20s in the east. Feeling warm in the sunshine, but a bit more of a breeze around on Friday compared with the last couple of days. The weekend sees further weather fronts diving eastwards across the UK, and so on Saturday, we start off with this weak weather front, band of rain pushing eastwards across England and Wales. What follows is, sunshine and showers again, some of them heavy, particularly across northwestern areas this time. It's here where we've got the greatest chance of seeing some thunder. And those temperatures not really changing a great deal. Low 20s in the east, but generally for most of us, we're looking at temperatures into the high teens. Now, pressure starts to gradually rise from the southwest as we go through Sunday, so probably dry for Wales, good parts of western England, probably the Midlands too. A few showers elsewhere, noticeably across Scotland and Northern Ireland. And temperatures, well, they haven't really changed very much, have they? Pressure, though, will rise more generally into next week, so more of us will enjoy drier weather, a bit more sunshine, and it will start to get a bit warmer as well.
This programme asks plain questions with the help of the unrivaled range of BBC journalists right across the world and gathered here in this building. I'll also draw on my time reporting on global conflict, frontline experience that helps me know who to talk to and who to listen to, meaning our analysis is unbiased with absolutely no spin.
Unsigned, Saturday at 2:30 on the BBC News Channel.
Hello, this is BBC News with the latest headlines for viewers here in the UK and around the world. President Xi Jinping has sworn in the Hong Kong new leader at a ceremony marking 25 years since the end of British colonial rule.
在香港取得举世
The practice of one country, two systems has achieved the success in Hong Kong recognized by all since its return to the motherland.
President Biden vows to press ahead with cutting greenhouse gas emissions despite a key defeat in the Supreme Court. More travel misery for passengers as EasyJet and Ryanair crews in Spain walk out over pay and conditions. And temperatures in Japan are at their highest in nearly 150 years. Now, fears that the electricity grid could be overwhelmed. Hello there, and a very warm welcome to the programme. The Chinese President Xi Jinping has sworn in Hong Kong's new leader, John Lee. The territory is marking 25 years since the handover from British colonial rule. In a speech, Mr. Lee praised the security law that's been used to crush pro-democracy protests. He said it's been about stability. Britain has accused Beijing of failing to meet the commitments it made to respect Hong Kong's freedoms. Mark Lavelle reports.
President Xi's first steps outside mainland China for nearly 2.5 years since the start of the pandemic, choosing Hong Kong, 2 years on since China introduced a controversial national security law here, stifling protests, reducing the city's autonomy. It's also 25 years since the British handover to Chinese rule.
The practice of one country, two systems has achieved success in Hong Kong, recognized by all.
But after scenes like these, Britain now fears that agreement has gone up in smoke.
We simply cannot avoid the fact that for some time now, Beijing has been failing to comply with its obligations.
Friday marked another handover, the swearing in of Hong Kong's new leader, John Lee, a former police officer under the watchful eye of the president.
The rule of law is the cornerstone and core value of Hong Kong's success.
He's the first winner of elections in which only those loyal to China could run in an increasingly divided Hong Kong.
There are those who are pro-Beijing, who are happy, and there are those who are very, very anguished and very worried or even scared. And there are thousands of people, including members of my party, in prison.
In addition, pro-democracy news outlets have been shut down and a zero-COVID policy makes life here uneasy. That's not to everyone's liking. More than 130,000 people have left Hong Kong since the start of the year. But that doesn't bother this pro-Beijing lawmaker.
We will always have some loss or people coming in or out. It doesn't really matter.
President Xi's hailing of a new era for this city can also be regarded as a show of defiance for China's regional ambitions too. Its influence is rising in the Pacific thanks to a security pact with the Solomon Islands. And last month,
its defense minister vowed to crush any effort by Taiwan to pursue independence.
They are really preparing in full force in the military or quasi-military option in solving the Taiwan question, and so when making Hong Kong fully in control. I don't think they care too much about Taiwan reaction anymore.
President Xi will be hoping this visit convinces Hong Kongers and the world there's stability on these shores following his crackdown in Hong Kong, and that it will usher in a revival of the global financial centre's bruised economy. Mark Lobel, BBC News.
Let's get some of the day's other news. The Ukrainian authorities say a Russian missile has hit an apartment block in Odessa, killing at least 10 people. A spokesman for the regional administration said the missile was launched from an aircraft over the Black Sea. Ukraine had hoped that the Russian withdrawal on Thursday from the strategically important Snake Island would ease the threat to the port. The centrist Yair Lapid has become Israel's prime minister, replacing Naftali Bennett as part of a power-sharing deal. The former TV chat show host helped to form a coalition of 8 ideologically diverse parties and has taken over in a caretaker capacity until elections are held in November. The British politician Chris Pincher has resigned after complaints were made about his drunken behaviour at a private members club in London. In his resignation letter to the Prime Minister, he told the PM he drank far too much and embarrassed myself and other people. Now, the Biden administration has condemned a Supreme Court ruling which curbed the US government's power to limit carbon emissions from coal-fired power stations. All 6 members of the Conservative majority in the Supreme Court backed the landmark ruling, which marks a pretty major victory for the coal industry. The United Nations has expressed its disappointment.
While it is not our role to provide legal commentary on judicial decisions of individual member states, just more generally, I can say that this is a setback in our fight against climate change when we are already far off track in meeting the goals of the Paris Agreement. The Secretary General has said repeatedly that the G20 must lead the way in dramatically stepping up climate action.
So why is the Supreme Court's decision such a blow for plans to tackle climate change? Well, let me tell you, the 19 states that brought this case contributed to 44% of US emissions in 2018. Since 2000, they've only achieved a 7% reduction in emissions, that's on average. President Biden has committed the United States to a 52% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by 2030 against 2005 levels. Well, now I'm joined by Daniel Kemen, who's a professor of nuclear engineering at the University of California, Berkeley, and a climate change advisor to US administrations for over 2 decades. Professor, thank you very much for joining me today. Just how wide-reaching do you expect the impact of this ruling to be?
Well, I think it's a bit of a glass half empty, half full. It's very damaging because it does limit the Environmental Protection Agency's ability to set these standards. On the other hand, this wasn't as sweeping or as broad stroke as many of us, myself included, were expecting it might be. By that, what I mean is that this does limit the EPA's ability to regulate, and specifically what it does, it says that any piece of guidance not explicitly given to the EPA by Congress, you can't pursue. On the other hand, states can set their own standards. And so while 19 primarily fossil fuel dominant states sided with the West Virginia, we have New York, California, Washington, New Mexico, about half the economy, actually a little more than that, that are able to set their own standards, including places like New York and California that have set relatively near-term standards to go carbon neutral. And the EPA, the ruling against the EPA doesn't block those, but it makes many of the other follow-on features much more difficult.
You mentioned the economy there. It's quite possible that the United States will be facing a recession later on this year. How willing will the American electorate be to back renewables at a time of potentially quite severe economic crisis?
Well, this is, I think, where it really gets interesting, because clean energy, renewables in general, are now cheaper than fossil fuels. In fact, it's now cheaper to build a new solar or wind power plant than to simply operate an existing fossil fuel plant. And so that really tilts the economic story for any new power you want to build towards renewable energy. And so the states that have already adopted their own carbon neutral goals, such as California and New York for 2045 and 2050, those targets remain in place. The chilling effect, however, is that, especially thinking about a recession, many of the job growth that we're going to see from renewables, because there are more jobs per dollar invested available in renewable energy than in fossil fuel energy, will continue to go to the states that have already launched these efforts. And the problem there is that that makes the rich richer, the poor poorer, and it makes both the political divide and the climate divide worse in a country that's already badly divided.
Daniel Cameron, Professor of Nuclear Engineering at the University of California, Berkeley. Thank you very much for your time today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, over the last few weeks, there's been nothing but misery for many airline passengers as thousands of flights were cancelled, leaving families in the lurch and their holiday plans ruined. Well, last weekend, Ryanair cabin crew unions in Belgium, Spain, Portugal, France, and Italy went on strike. And on Thursday, crews in Spain walked out yet again, and EasyJet staff are also set to take industrial action today. Wendy Arkert reports.
There were long queues at the Ryanair desks in Malaga on Thursday, but these passengers were going nowhere because union members called a 3-day strike over pay and conditions, so all flights were cancelled.
At about 5 in the morning, we were on the app, monitoring the departure board. The flight was on time, there were no delays, and everything was perfect, until 9:40 when it appeared as cancelled. Not delayed, just cancelled. No explanation, nothing.
Passengers flocked to customer services desks in the hope of securing alternative flights or refunds so that they could book with another airline. But for many, that proved to be a pointless exercise.
We're trying to get home to Denmark, and our flight was cancelled to Europe. But we tried to get to Europe and try to maybe get a refund or have our tickets changed for another flight, but they wouldn't.
It was the same story all over Spain, and there's more misery to come. EasyJet crews are demanding a 40% pay increase and scheduled 9 days of strike action in July, starting from Friday, to make sure they get it. Wendy Urquhart, BBC News.
Now, do stay with us here on BBC News. Still to come, the circus performers who fled the war-torn country of Ukraine that is set to tour the UK this summer.
China marked its first day of rule in Hong Kong with a series of spectacular celebrations. A huge firework display was held in the former colony. The Chinese president, Jiang Zemin, said unification was the start of a new era for Hong Kong.
The world's first clone has been produced of an adult mammal. Scientists in Scotland have produced a sheep called Dolly that was cloned in a laboratory using a cell from another sheep.
For the first time in 20 years, Russian and American spacecraft have docked in orbit at the start of a new era of cooperation in space.
Challenger powered past the Bishop Rock Lighthouse at almost 50 knots, shattering a record that had stood for 34 years. And there was no hiding the sheer elation of Richard Branson and his crew.
Hello, welcome back. This is BBC News. Just a reminder of our top story. The Chinese President Xi Jinping has sworn in Hong Kong's new leader at a ceremony marking 25 years since the end of British colonial rule. And we are going to stay with that story and cross live to our correspondent now, Martin Yip. Martin, John Lee now sworn in. What do we know of him? Who is he and what are his priorities?
Well, Johnny has been a career policeman who joined the People's Force in the late 1970s, worked his way up as a detective, and then he became the Secretary for Security just before the 2019 anti-government protests broke out, and that's exactly one of the policies that he was meant to implement. That is amendment to the extradition law of Hong Kong back then, which backfired so dramatically. But then we saw Beijing imposing the national security law, a major damp down of Hong Kong's pro-democracy movement. So now he's going to run a government, being the first policeman to run this job. He promised in his speech, just before the president made his speech, that he would dramatically increase Hong Kong's competitiveness in Hong Kong's economy in this backdrop of Xi Jinping's Greater Bay Area policy. That's what he promised to the people, and now he's going to act on this ground.
Now, his appointment has certainly worried pro-democracy activists, and one former student leader, Nathan Law, has met Litterly and described him as authoritarian and more hawkish than his predecessor, Carrie Lam, also going as far as to saying that he is notoriously difficult to deal with. Where does this new appointment lead the fight for pro-democracy in Hong Kong?
Well, just John Lee himself, it is quite hard to predict if that's much change to the course of the pro-democracy movement, because we already have a national security law that has put down much of the movement. But John Lee does promise to move on with further national security legislation. That's because Beijing imposed that own law 2 years ago in view of Hong Kong's failure, in Beijing's point of view, to make its own national security legislation under Article 23 of Hong Kong's Freedom Law. John Lee promised he will push on with it, and that would involve areas like espionage, on top of what we already have subversion. So it's going to be a much tougher environment for the pro-democracy movement, pretty much for sure. Although the government insists there are all the things that Hong Kong are enjoying, so this is quite a murky picture ahead for Hong Kong.
Okay, Martin, we're going to leave it there. Martin Yip in Hong Kong, a very windy Hong Kong. And there is actually a typhoon warning raised for a tropical storm Chaba in the area that has been lashing Hong Kong during the day. So thank you, Martin, for sticking with us there. And from a windy Hong Kong to a very hot Japan, an unprecedented heat wave has got many worried about global warming and a possible shortage of electricity to keep air conditioners going. Tokyo reported record-breaking temperatures on Thursday, making it the worst June heat wave in Japan since records began nearly 150 years ago. Rupert Wingfield-Hayes has this report.
In Isezaki, it is another blazing hot day. At 11 a.m., the temperature is already somewhere north of 40 degrees Celsius. For Masaya Maruyama, his wife and brother, working outside in these conditions isn't just hard, it's dangerous. Masaya shows me the electric fans in his jacket designed to keep him cool, but they hardly seem up to the task. It went up to 47 degrees on the car's thermometer yesterday, he tells me. Is it dangerous, I ask? Yes, it's dangerous. We've never had temperatures like this before in June. Usually it's raining now. A week ago, most people had never heard of the little city of Isezaki, 100 kilometers north of Tokyo. Now, it's suddenly famous.
This is now officially the hottest place in Japan. It's been above 40 degrees twice already this week. And according to my thermometer, it's well above that out here in the sunshine today. This has never happened before in June, anywhere in Japan. This should be the middle of the rainy season. And it's causing huge problems for Japan's electricity generating system. It's just barely keeping up with demand. If it fails, people are going to die.
These heat waves are not just a natural fluctuation in weather. Man-made climate change is making them more extreme and more dangerous.
over the past 100 years, the average temperature for Japan has risen by about 1 degree, which is more than a world record, in fact. And for Tokyo, it was like 3 degrees higher. So temperatures have been rising. So yeah, definitely climate change is part of the reason.
Increasingly frequent heat waves are particularly dangerous for old people, of which Japan has many. So here in the north of Tokyo, they've opened a cooling down center, where I find 86-year-old Kyoji Saito taking refuge from the heat and playing Japanese chess.
Yeah, 参りますよ.
I'm overwhelmed by the heat, he says. Coming here to cool down is really important. I don't want to use the aircon at home, but we're being told if we don't, we could die. 4 years ago, another heat wave killed scores of elderly people and put 20,000 in hospital. This one is expected to break on Sunday. For millions of people across Japan, won't come a moment too soon. Rupert Wingfield-Hayes, BBC News, in Tokyo.
Okay, it's time to cross to the Sports Centre and get all your very latest sports news.
Hello there, I'm Isaac Fannin with a little sports update for you. Novak Djokovic continues his title defence against fellow Serb Miomir Kekmanovic in the third round at Wimbledon. Djokovic has won the championship 6 times, and he's hoping he can lift a 21st singles Grand Slam title. He's been his country's most famous star for years now, but in 22-year-old Kekmanovic lies a man who could potentially take over the mantle.
Well, it is different than playing anybody else because we're also friends. We get along very well. We practice a lot. If I can call myself a mentor to him a little bit in the last few years, and I'm really glad that he's doing well. He's a kind of a player that likes probably slower surfaces, higher bounce, like slower hard courts or clay court. But still, he's been playing well. So one Serbian player is going to be in the 4th round. That's a good news.
On the women's side of the Draw 2018 champion, Angelique Kerber is one of the big names in action on Friday. The number 15 seed has looked pretty good so far. She dispatched of Kristina Mladenovic and Magda Linette in straight sets and takes on Elise Mertens in the 3rd round. The former world number 1 has won the most matches on grass in the draw. In fact, she's the only active players to have won more than Kerber's 83 victories are Serena and Venus Williams. After a break of 298 days, the test series between England and India resumed in Birmingham on Friday. It's the 5th and final test of a series that was suspended last September because of a COVID outbreak in the Indian squad. England are 2-1 down in the series, so they've got to win at Edgbaston to force a draw. How things have changed, though, in those 298 days. A new coach and captain are in charge. Brendan McCullum and Ben Stokes led England to a 3-0 series whitewash over World Test champions New Zealand with a brand of aggressive cricket, something Stokes says won't change against India.
We just beat the best team in the world 3-0. India are obviously a completely different opposition, different, dynamic of the team, but, we concentrate on ourselves. We understand what we do well, but we have also taken into account who we're playing against. But because the opposition changes doesn't mean that we're going to change.
The Ukrainian circus performers who have escaped their war-torn country will be touring Britain this summer. 16 of them came to the UK under the Home to Ukrainian scheme, and after spending 3 months hiding from Russian forces, Emma Bohr has gone to go meet them.
My name is Tanya and I'm 23 years old and I'm Ukrainian. In circus I'm a dancer. I really adore it. I think that's why I came to this world.
But that world was turned upside down when war broke out. Tanya was caught in Kharkov, seeking shelter from the bombs.
Every day was worse and worse, and every night was worse and worse, and every day I was more exhausted. You're scared so much, and you don't know what to do. And I didn't eat first day. I didn't sleep, and I was scared to sleep at night because I was afraid that I would not hear any sirens or explosions, and I will just not wake up next morning.
Victor was given special leave as an artist to flee Ukraine with his wife and son.
It's very dangerous. All the time is coming rockets, everything. When we left, I'm not remember how many days, we just one places after the other places. And I'm very happy we're coming with all my family to Circus Cortex, also Circus Cortex is like second my family. Also we safe here. My child going to school, my wife work with me. We're all together here. I'm very happy. Of course, when I see public like this, I'm also in my heart. I'm like it. I want to give it more.
The circus's co-founder says it's giving a lifeline.
I think it's very important to keep it as normal as possible for all of them, and this is what they train to do. That's what they love doing, and the more they not thinking about the bad things, it's better for their mental health. This positive emotions they get on stage is helping them through difficult times.
It's to show that how strong we are, that the disaster happening in our country, and we still can go on stage. We can smile, even if it's difficult. We can smile, and we can make people happier, and we can show how talented, how hardworking, and how strong we are.
Emma Ball, BBC News.
And just before we go, the story of a short hop that turned into a long haul. Meet Bob, the racing pigeon who set off from Guernsey in the Channel Islands 3 weeks ago, heading for the north of England. But Alabama, 4,000 miles away, is where the bird ended up. His owner believes he may have hitched a ride on a passing World Cup.
Hello again. Well, Thursday was a day of sunshine and showers, but the day's showers were a lot bigger. There were loads more thunderstorms around than we've seen over the last few days. And whenever you see big clouds towering upwards through the skies like these, well, you know someone's getting soaked. Someone lived in South Newington as those heavy downpours came through here. Really hefty shower. Now, the showers and thunderstorms that developed through the day have actually kept going for the first part of the night as well. They have tended to migrate towards the Pennines, northeast England, and will generally begin to fade away over the next few hours. But at the same time, we'll probably see some rain just spinning its way across the North Sea, grazing northeast Scotland over the next few hours. Here are your morning temperatures. Now, for Friday itself, we've got low pressure in charge. It's a day of sunshine and showers, broadly speaking. However, we'll see another low bring some more general rain into Northern Ireland later this afternoon. There's a forecast for Wimbledon. The computer reckons it's dry. Well, you might be lucky, I suppose, but I'd go for a chance for a shower, to be honest. The shower's going to be quite widespread. They get going through the morning, and come the afternoon, some of them will turn heavy and thundery. The greatest chance of seeing those heavier showers will be across eastern areas of Scotland and down the eastern side of England, down to about Norfolk, I suspect. Temperature similar to recent days, high teens across western areas, low 20s in the east. Feeling warm in the sunshine, but a bit more of a breeze around on Friday compared with the last couple of days. The weekend sees further weather fronts diving eastwards across the UK, and so on Saturday, we start off with this weak weather front found its way pushing eastwards across England and Wales. What follows is, sunshine and showers again, some of them heavy, particularly across northwestern areas this time. It's here where we've got the greatest chance of seeing some thunder, and those temperatures not really changing a great deal. Low 20s in the east, but generally for most of us, looking at temperatures into the high teens. Now, pressure starts to gradually rise from the southwest as we go through Sunday, so probably dry for Wales, good parts of western England, probably the Midlands too. A few showers elsewhere, noticeably across Scotland and Northern Ireland. And temperatures, well, they haven't really changed very much, have they? Pressure, though, will rise more generally into next week, so more of us will enjoy drier weather, a bit more sunshine, and it will start to get a bit warmer as well.
And it's a really stark reminder just how fierce the fighting was all along these roads into Kiev.
When prices rise this fast, it hits everyone.
It's like hustling the hardest you can hustle every day just to get through.
What happened here in Uvalde has reignited a nationwide debate about gun control.
Over the last year, NASA's Perseverance rover has revealed the planet as never seen before.
The BBC News Channel, more than just the headlines.
You may think you hear interviews with politicians all the time, but how often do you hear what makes them tick? I can't stand losing. Whether it's on the football pitch or in politics, everything is about the results. If you're on the pitch, you're on the pitch to win.
I think it's fair to say that when I was in my youth, I was a professional controversialist, and I liked exploring ideas and stirring things up.
Political Thinking with Nick Robinson, Saturday at 8:30 on the BBC News Channel. The Russian invasion of Ukraine continues past 100 days.
The troops say it was a cluster bomb and it landed less than a mile away.
This is the site of a Russian missile attack on the eastern edge of Kharkiv.
The Ukrainians have already pushed the Russians out of their city.
See the headlines as they happen on the BBC News app and get the full story at bbc.co.uk/news. Follow the latest on the Russian invasion of Ukraine with BBC News.
Hello, this is BBC News with the latest business headlines for viewers here in the UK and around the world. Wall Street's historic slump. US shares suffer their biggest first half loss in more than 5 decades. Europe's cost of living conundrum, inflation easing in Germany but surging in Spain. It raises hard questions for the region's interest rate setters. A summer of strikes, more travel misery as EasyJet crew in Spain join Ryanair staff in walkout over pay. Plus, a man-made disaster zone, earthquakes and heartbreaks for the people who live on top of Europe's largest gas field. Hello there. Now, let's start with what's going on in Wall Street, where stock markets have suffered their worst first half of the year in more than 5 decades. On the close of Thursday, the S&P 500 index of top US firms had lost more than 20% between January and June, a sell-off that we've not seen since 1970 when President Nixon was in the White House. The tech-dominated NASDAQ has been even worse, a nearly 30% fall in the first half. This is the worst in its history. From New York, Samira Hussain has more.
The sell-off of the stock market over the last 6 months has been broad. It's not just one sector that's bearing the brunt of losses, but a range of companies, from Disney to Apple to Target. Now, the latest economic data indicates that actually the road ahead may be getting even bumpier. The Federal Reserve's regional bank in Atlanta has a closely watched model for the gross domestic product, so GDP, which today signaled that the U.S. economy will have shrunk again in the second quarter of the year. That's after it contracted in the first 3 months of the year. So would fit the conventional definition of 2 quarters of shrinking, which would make a recession. And adding to the economic woes, inflation is already at a 40-year high, the cost of borrowing is going up, and consumer confidence is taking a tumble. Corporations are already starting to batten down the hatches by instituting hiring freezes and reining in spending in preparation for what's to come.
Susanna Strusa is a senior investment and markets analyst at Hargreaves Lansdown. Thanks for joining me today, Susanna. Now, the FTSE 100 in comparison hasn't fared quite as badly. Why do you think that is?
I think the makeup of the index, the FTSE 100, doesn't have so many of those big tech names that, of course, Wall Street has now become so famous for, which saw these huge astronomical gains, really, during the course of the pandemic because of the era of cheap money with interest rates at ultra lows. It meant that investors piled into tech stocks in particular, and that's why you're seeing some of the biggest drops now on Wall Street, because now that interest rates are rising, it affects the value of future cash flows. It means investors have less money, there's less liquidity washing around financial markets. All of this is adding to those fears as well of recession, and that's also affecting other sectors across the US economy, which is reflected in, say, the wider S&P 500 in particular.
I guess the other thing is with the FTSE 100, it's got lots of defence stocks, it's got lots of energy stocks as well, and so they have been doing better in the last 6 months. But let's turn our attention to the US again. This pullback in US stocks has eviscerated more than $9 trillion worth of money in terms of market value since the end of 2021. So where has the money gone?
Well, simply what's happening is that investors are pulling out of so-called riskier assets, and they simply are trying to put their money into other assets. So away from equities, some into cash, gold, more of a balanced kind of multi-asset approach. That's what some investors are taking to brace themselves against this market volatility we're seeing. And yes, you're right, the FTSE 100 certainly does have more energy stocks in its makeup, but actually here, the FTSE 100 will be affected then with this slide in the oil price that we've seen, down 5%. Although Brent crude is still around 40% higher since the start of the year, a drop of 5% just over the last 24 hours really does signify worries about the slowing global economy, and that's likely to have a knock-on effect on the FTSE 100 when it opens later.
Okay, thanks very much, Susanna. Susanna Streeter in Bristol. Europe's travel chaos, I'm afraid, is about to get worse as staff at the budget airline EasyJet in Spain begin the first of 3 weekend strikes over pay and conditions. Crew at the rival Ryanair already on strike in the country. On Thursday, more than 50 flights were cancelled and over 300 delayed by the action, with Barcelona and Malaga worst hit. Portugal, Italy, France, they've all been hit by Ryanair strikes in the last week, and it comes on top of delays and cancellations caused by staff shortages across the industry, and particularly at airports here in the UK. Well, let's speak now to the travel journalist Simon Calder, who I'm imagining has been a very busy man over the last week or so. Simon, do we have the details now of which services are going to be affected and for how long?
Well, what I'm seeing from the flights so far this morning, taking off from those Spanish bases, so that's Palma, Malaga, and Barcelona on EasyJet, very little effect so far. We've got a couple of cancellations. One was due to go out to London Gatwick about 45 minutes ago, and we've got another one in 45 minutes' time to Birmingham in the UK. And those are the only cancellations I'm seeing on the EasyJet network. Absolutely, as you say, last night was pretty horrible for a lot of Ryanair passengers. Many flights cancelled across the network, mostly affecting Southern European flights, including quite a lot of Spanish domestic services. But the EasyJet action, travellers will be glad to learn, doesn't seem to be hitting flights too much. However, if you're looking for chaos, you don't need to look very far.
No, you certainly don't. And if you are watching us in dread from the airport or about to head there, what are your rights, and do they differ depending on your country of origin?
Well, fortunately, if you're watching anywhere in Europe, which is where I think we're seeing the main chaos unfolding, we had 30 flights to and from the UK's busiest airport yesterday, Heathrow, cancelled simply because the airport didn't think it could cope with the number of passengers. But whenever your flight is cancelled, you are entitled to be flown on the first available flight that's going to get you there. And if your airline doesn't have a flight on the same day, but another carrier does, then it has to buy you a ticket on that aircraft. If they can't get you there on the same day, of course, they have to provide a hotel and meals while you're waiting. And if it's the airline's fault, and industrial action is still not completely clear about whether that counts as the airline's responsibility, but certainly technical issues and staff shortage do, then they have to pay you cash compensation as well, anywhere between 250 and 550 euros. So passengers ultimately will get where they need to be, but for the time being, it's a really, really tough issue in terms of what people are entitled to do and what they are able to do. At the moment, there simply isn't the alternative flights available that I'm seeing.
Okay, Simon Calder, I knew you'd be a busy man. You've got places to be. I'll let you go. Thanks very much for your time today. Now, let's talk about the cost of living, the soaring cost of living. It's hardly out of the news, is it? We're going to get the inflation figures for Europe in the next couple of hours. They are expected to confirm that prices are rising at a record rate of more than 8% across the countries that share the euro currency. In some countries, it's far worse. Inflation in Spain and Belgium, for example, is soaring at more than 10%, according to figures out this week. But in Germany, June saw an unexpected fall in inflation. And all of this, it kind of complicates matters for the European Central Bank as it plans to start raising interest rates. Let's bring in Christian Schultz, who is an economist at the global investment bank Citi, and he is in Bad Homburg in Germany for us. Christian, the German economy is tilting back towards, dare I say, a normalization of inflation, yet we've got Spain in double digits. How difficult is the setting of monetary policy across an increasingly economically disparate Eurozone?
Well, good morning. The differences in inflation rates are obviously driven by different structures in markets, different sort of spending categories which matter more in one country and another. The specific this week is that actually the German government has been intervening, has been lowering some prices directly. For instance, they've issued we get to buy a €9 train ticket for the entire country every month for the next 3 months, and there's a cut in fuel tax. So these are, if you like, tricks to bring down prices temporarily. It doesn't change the underlying story, which is that prices are rising everywhere. The ECB is in trouble. Many people think that they should have been raising interest rates earlier. It should be raising them aggressively now. But as they've been finding out, countries in the euro area are different. They've got different borrowing costs, for instance. And if the ECB starts raising interest rates, some are more vulnerable to it than others, and they have to be very careful about this.
Now, we were hearing from Samir Hussain, our correspondent in New York, about what's been going on in the stock markets and the impact of the great unwinding of monetary policy stimulus in the form of quantitative easing on the stock markets. What impact do you anticipate we might see as a result of the ECB stimulus measures that we've been promised?
Well, the ECB's main problem is, many other central banks have already been hiking interest rates, so the ECB is, if you like, following a well-trodden path. So from that perspective, there isn't actually too much to worry about. The specific in the euro area is that we've got a collection of 19 member states with one monetary policy, but 19 different finance ministers doing different fiscal policy, and some sit on very, very high levels of debt, so they're very vulnerable to high interest rates, and others sit on relatively low interest piles of debt, like Germany or the Netherlands, for instance, and they are really waiting for interest rates to rise to cool down inflation. I think the big risk in the euro area is that we don't just see a drop in the stock markets if the ECB starts moving, but that we see turbulences in the bond markets like we did in 2011-12, which really then pose an existential threat to the cohesion of the euro area. That, I think, is the biggest risk we're seeing specifically in Europe.
And something that we are already seeing. Christian Schultz, thank you very much for your time today. Now, do stay with us here on BBC News. Still to come, fueling the trucks of the future. Why hydrogen could be a vital ingredient for zero emissions road transport.
China marked its first day of rule in Hong Kong with a series of spectacular celebrations. A huge firework display was held in the former colony. The Chinese president, Jiang Zemin, said unification was the start of a new era for Hong Kong.
The world's first clone has been produced of an adult mammal. Scientists in Scotland have produced a sheep or dolly that was cloned in a laboratory using a cell from another sheep.
For the first time in 20 years, Russian and American spacecraft have docked in orbit at the start of a new era of cooperation in space.
Challenger powered past the Bishop Lighthouse at almost 50 knots, shattering a record that had stood for 34 years. And there was no hiding the sheer elation of Richard Branson and his crew.
This is BBC World News. A reminder of our top story. The Chinese president has now sworn in Hong Kong's new leader at a ceremony marking 25 years since the end of British colonial rule. Now, Hong Kong has long flourished as a business powerhouse, home to one of the world's top financial markets. But is that status now under threat? Our Asia business correspondent, Surajana Tewari, reports.
Xi Jinping is visiting a very different Hong Kong. Its economy, one that is reliant on global business, finance, and trade, has been battered by the zero-COVID strategy the city shares with the mainland. Strict travel rules and lockdowns have kept tourists away, hitting small and medium-sized businesses and isolating the global hub from the rest of the world. All this comes on top of years of disruption. Protests in 2019, the implementation of the national security law, and a crackdown on free speech. Business owners say these events have transformed Hong Kong's population. People from the mainland have moved in, and others have left the city for other financial centres in the region, like Singapore. The government data shows people are indeed leaving Hong Kong in record numbers. Mid-2021 saw the largest number of people relocating since mid-1966. And according to the UK government, close to 100,000 people applied for permanent residency in Britain. Now, it isn't uncommon for there to be a high rate of people moving in and out in a business centre like Hong Kong. But capital flows also point to some sort of movement. There were outflows of more than $100 billion last year, for only the second time since 1997. And investments into Hong Kong dipped significantly in 2021. That said, those working in business and finance say Hong Kong will continue to be rich and successful.
If you believe that China is going to prosper and move forward, I think Hong Kong has a valuable role to play. The role is changing, it's evolving into the Greater Bay Area, but Hong Kong per se, I think, should have a bright business future. Human rights and the rest, that's a different thing. Hong Kong's contribution to the mainland economy has shrunk a lot in terms of scale, but in terms of technical expertise and the rest, it remains a very, very valuable and viable tool.
The Greater Bay Area is a project that plans to connect 11 cities in southern China, with Hong Kong at the centre. The zone's combined GDP already matches that of South Korea. It'll be hard for global hubs like Singapore to compete. Hong Kong's stock market alone has deep sources of capital. And so, it seems Hong Kong will retain its international status. It will continue to be a gateway to China for many foreign firms, but its role as China's gateway to the rest of the world is also underway.
To the Netherlands now, and the home of Europe's largest natural gas field. But many local residents wish it wasn't. Since ExxonMobil and Shell began drilling there back in 1963, there have been more than 1,000 earthquakes, leaving thousands of homes in need of repair and people fighting for basic compensation. Gas extraction was supposed to be wound down from this year, but as Anna Holligan reports, the war in Ukraine could mean locals' hopes are dashed.
This is a modern, man-made disaster zone. These fractures were inflicted by gas extractions. In this village alone, 80% of homes are being demolished. More than 1,000 earthquakes have hit this region in the last decade. Jani and Bert's old house couldn't be salvaged.
It was like a wave, and they said, if we get the earthquake 5.0, the house will not go this way, but this way.
Inspectors couldn't guarantee they or it would survive another quake. Jani says the government's failure to take responsibility has made their lives a misery.
They're taking our joy for a lot of time. And we're trying to get on our feet again, but it's difficult. Because you see it every day around you, again, and again.
The Dutch government signed a deal with the oil company Shell and Exxon in the 1960s. Since then, the state has made more than 417 billion euros profit, the majority of which has been reinvested elsewhere in the country, while local people have been locked in battles for years just to get a few thousand euros compensation.
Here beneath my feet, Europe's largest natural gas field, and this is where they're extracting the fossil fuels. The war in Ukraine is forcing governments to reconsider their reliance on Russian oil and gas. That, combined with the global energy crisis, is mounting pressure to extract more closer to home.
The Groningen gas field is scheduled to close in 2023 or 4. Although hopeful this will happen, residents tell us they have little faith.
Can you guarantee now that will happen?
No, for guarantees you should go to second-hand car dealer. I don't give them. Suppose our gas situation would become so bad, there's no supply at all from Russia to Europe, that we cannot heat our houses or we cannot heat our hospitals. Then we have a big problem. Then would have a situation where you can sort of consider turning on the tap.
And it's in this context some people feel pressure to accept even more uncertainty. On the one hand, you don't want to leave people out in the cold, but on the other hand, you don't want new earthquakes. They thought the end was in sight. Now a community is once again bracing for the impact of forces beyond their control. Anna Holligan, BBC News, Overshield.
Let's stay with climate and energy because transport remains one of the biggest sources of carbon dioxide emissions, with over a third of road transport pollution coming from trucks or heavy goods vehicles, HGVs. That's one reason why the UK government plans to make all new HGVs zero emission by 2040. The UK-based startup Teva is beginning production of an all-electric truck this year, and this week, it announced a version which would use hydrogen fuel cells to increase the range of those trucks. Let's bring in Asha Bennett, who is the CEO of Teva. Asha, how does hydrogen fuel an HGV?
Hydrogen has very nice properties of having a lot more energy per weight of a lithium-ion battery. It is also fast to refuel. So our primary energy in our truck is still the lithium-ion battery, because charging from the grid is easy and there's a lot of electricity, it's not expensive. And in order so that you can go farther and farther and carry heavier loads, we back it up with the hydrogen fuel cell system.
Do hydrogen's green credentials actually stand up to scrutiny? After all, it is reported to take 3 times as much renewable energy to power a hydrogen truck than it is a battery-operated truck.
Exactly. And that's why we don't use it as the primary energy source of the vehicle, which is the lithium-ion battery. The lithium-ion battery can get you through most days, which is not acceptable enough for a fleet operator. You need to get to your destination or back to your base every day. But those days that you do need to go farther, you will be able to because of the hydrogen system. And even though it's less efficient, as you said, 3 times the amount of renewable energy, you're not using a lot of it, but it is enabling you to use a lot of the grid electricity in the battery. If you didn't have that, you would tend to go on very short routes, which is not the point of electric trucks.
Wouldn't it be quicker to manufacture and cheaper for users to use hydrogen, though, as a fuel in a combustion engine instead?
Fuel going through a fuel cell is more efficient than going through a combustion engine. Also, through a combustion engine, you have local emissions, NOx, etc., which is also important to remove from the air we breathe in our cities.
The UK government has announced more than £200 million in funding for what is essentially a 3-year comparison trial between hydrogen and electric batteries. They're clearly trying to determine which horse to back in the future of freight. The likes of Scania are coming down very heavily on the side of electric vehicles and EVs alone. So why is hydrogen necessary? Why would it be the right call?
Well, we see so many electric cars out there because an electric car already goes hundreds of miles. If you remember, the average car drives about 1.5 hours a day, so it's fit for the purpose. And plus, they're fun to drive, etc. We see so few electric trucks out there because trucks are going to go out for a whole day's work, 8, 9, 10 hours of work. Battery alone doesn't always do it, and it's not always the range. The same truck, if it's heavily loaded today, if it's using refrigeration, if it's climbing hills, it's going to use a lot more energy than if it was driving on a flat motorway at a very efficient speed. So there's no such thing as a set distance for the size of the battery. So use the battery and back it up with a second energy source, the hydrogen. It's also good once in a while if you have to drive very long distances, the energy is there. If you have a problem charging at night at your depot because the grid has limitations in charging, you will still have a full day of work the next day because you always have the backup system, which is the only issue is, as you said, it needs more renewable energy to make that hydrogen. So we prefer using the lithium-ion battery backed up with the hydrogen, but the thing we certainly don't prefer is just a continual use of diesel trucks.
Okay, Asher Bennett, we're going to leave it there. Thank you very much for your time. Now, before I go, I want to show you the scene in Hong Kong as President Xi of China prepares to leave the territory, having sworn in the new chief executive. So these pictures coming into us live as the president is set to leave. Of course, today, Hong Kong is marking 25 years since Britain handed over control of the territory to China. And the new head of Hong Kong has now been sworn in.
Hello again. Well, Thursday was a day of sunshine and showers, but the day's showers were a lot bigger. There were loads more thunderstorms around than we've seen over the last few days. And whenever you see big clouds towering upwards through the skies like these, well, you know someone's getting soaked. Someone lived in South Newington as those heavy downpours came through here. Really hefty shower. Now, the showers and thunderstorms that developed through the day have actually kept going for the first part of the night as well. They have tended to migrate towards the Pennines, northeast England, and will generally begin to fade away over the next few hours. But at the same time, we'll probably see some rain just spinning its way across the North Sea, grazing northeast Scotland over the next few hours. Here are your morning temperatures. Now, for Friday itself, we've got low pressure in charge. It's a day of sunshine and showers, broadly speaking. However, we'll see another low bring some more general rain into Northern Ireland as we go through the afternoon. Here's a forecast for Wimbledon. The computer reckons it's dry. Well, you might be lucky, I suppose, but I'd go for a chance of a shower, to be honest. The shower's going to be quite widespread. They'll get going through the morning, and come the afternoon, some of them will turn heavy and thundery. The greatest chance of seeing those heavier showers will be across eastern areas of Scotland and down the eastern side of England, down to about Norfolk, I suspect. Temperatures similar to recent days. High teens across western areas, low 20s in the east. Feeling warm in the sunshine, but a bit more of a breeze around on Friday compared with the last couple of days. The weekend sees further weather fronts diving eastwards across the UK, and so on Saturday, we start off with this weak weather front, band of rain pushing eastwards across England and Wales. What follows is, sunshine and showers again, some of them heavy, particularly across northwestern areas this time. It's here where we've got the greatest chance of seeing some thunder, and those temperatures not really changing a great deal. Low 20s in the east, but generally for most of us, looking at temperatures into the high teens. Now, pressure starts to gradually rise from the southwest as we go through Sunday, so probably dry for Wales, good parts of western England, probably the Midlands too. A few showers elsewhere, notably across Scotland and Northern Ireland. And temperatures, well, they haven't really changed very much, have they? Pressure will rise more generally into next week, so more of us will enjoy drier weather, a bit more sunshine, and it will start to get a bit warmer as well.
Let's see what's on the menu today.
Great food.
Oh, I love it.
Great tips.
This is incredible. Just throw on everything.
Great company.
You give me my damn energy.
Great laughs. Kickstart your weekend with Saturday Kitchen Live. Saturdays at 10 on BBC One and iPlayer.
Don't want to hurt your marriage.
My marriage has survived several affairs already. I've just never been party to them.
Who knows what happens between two people when they're alone?
Conversations with Friends. Watch all episodes on BBC Three and iPlayer.
Oh my word.
We're going to do a bit of trialing. Oh, this is the life.
All new Top Gear continues Sunday at 8 on BBC One and iPlayer.
I want to give kids a chance of playing cricket who've never had a chance before. Why would you come round here and think that anyone would play cricket? The worst thing that happens, all turns up. Nice. I think we found a player here. Never seen anyone doing that at Lords. What is he goals wearing? I wonder what I've let myself in for.
Freddie Flintoff's Field of Dreams starts Tuesday at 8 on BBC One and iPlayer.
I gave up many years ago trying to learn to establish why it works. It's not only about music.
The greatest rock and roll band in the world.
No one's seen anything like it.
Music is a resilient thing. God, it's the only thing we've got that we can trust.
Celebrating the Stones at 60. My Life as a Rolling Stone starts tomorrow at 9:30 on BBC Two and iPlayer.
Friday morning on BBC One at 6 o'clock. It's breakfast.
Good morning, welcome to Breakfast with Charlie State and Naga Monchetti.
Our headlines today: the Conservative MP Chris Pincher resigns as the Deputy Chief Whip, saying he's embarrassed himself and drank far too much. A newspaper alleges he groped 2 men.
A mother, stepfather and a 14-year-old begin life sentences for murdering 5-year-old Logan Mwangi.
On the 50th anniversary of the UK's first Pride March, we'll look at what's changed for the LGBT plus community.
Good morning. Is a holiday abroad worth the hassle after a week of fresh flight cancellations and strikes? I'll dig into the details to bring you a reality check on exactly how likely your trip is to be disrupted.
Good morning from Wimbledon, where there's a real buzz about the Brits after Katie Boulter and Liam Brody both caused stunning upsets to reach the 3rd round, making it now a total of 4 British players left in the singles.
And we'll visit Norfolk, where these bee-eater birds, normally found in Africa, are making a disused quarry their home. Good morning. Today, once again, is a day of sunshine and showers. Some of them will be heavy and thundery, but they'll move through a bit quicker on a stronger breeze. We've also got some rain in the forecast for parts of northern Scotland and later into Northern Ireland and Wales. I'll have all the details about this morning's programme.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I farted.
Good morning, it's Thursday, the 1st of July. Our main story today: the government's Deputy Chief Whip has resigned from government after a newspaper alleged he groped 2 men at a private members' club.
Chris Pincher has apologised to the Prime Minister and said he embarrassed himself and others. Our political correspondent Jonathan Blake has more.
Chris Pincher had been Deputy Chief Whip, responsible for discipline among Tory MPs since February, but now it's his own conduct that's fallen short. There were complaints about his behaviour on Wednesday night at the Carlton Club, a private members' club in central London, where he's reported to have groped 2 men. In a letter to the Prime Minister yesterday, Mr Pincher said, "Last night I drank far too much. I've embarrassed myself and other people, which is the last thing I want to do. And for that, I apologise to you and those concerned. I think the right thing to do," he went on, "in the circumstances, is for me to resign as Deputy Chief Whip." As things stand, Chris Pincher won't face any further action, and a senior government source said he was a loyal Conservative who recognised he behaved badly. Labour say there are serious questions about how he can remain as a Conservative MP, and Chris Pincher's resignation will again raise the issue of standards of conduct at Westminster. Jonathan Blake.
I don't drink.
Well, let's speak now to our political correspondent, Ian Watson. Morning to you, Ian. So tell us what response there's been so far.
Well, Charlie, so far, of course, Labour are saying that the government is mired in sleaze. They're questioning why Chris Pincher can remain as a Conservative MP after another Conservative MP, Neil Parish, for example, resigned for viewing pornography in the House of Commons. Chris Pincher, we should say, just in terms of background, is very loyal, what you've heard in Jonathan's report there, but very loyal specifically to Boris Johnson. Before he became the Deputy Chief Whip, in February this year. He was part of what was known at Westminster as the shadow whipping operation. These are people rallying around Boris Johnson when he was under threat from some of his own MPs following the Partygate revelations. He was then made officially the Deputy Chief Whip. He was previously a whip back in 2017 and had to resign then because there were allegations about his conduct. An independent report was carried out by a QC for the Conservative Party and he was cleared of any wrongdoing at that time. Nonetheless, rumours about his conduct, about his behaviour at Westminster persisted, and clearly he didn't address any of those allegations directly in that resignation letter, which we've just heard. But there were witnesses at the Carlton Club, this Conservative club in central London, who certainly said he was incredibly drunk and was swaying from side to side. So clearly he felt he had to stand down, but I think now the pressure from the opposition at least is to try to get him to stand down as an MP. What the reaction is from his own side, it's too soon to say, too soon to gauge this at this point, but certainly there are some people questioning whether he can remain at least receiving the Conservative whip rather than being an independent MP sitting on the back benches.
Ian, for the moment, thank you.
The NSPCC has said a child safeguarding review should leave no stone unturned following the murder of 5-year-old Logan Mwangi.
Logan's mother, a stepfather, and a 14-year-old boy will start life sentences today for killing Logan and dumping his body in a river. This report from Francis Reed contains distressing content.
He is unconscious. Why is he unconscious?
On the face of it, a mother terrified for her son's life. In reality, it was all an act by a couple who'd committed the most heinous crime.
He needs me. He needs warm clothes. He needs mum.
Here, and Gerard Williamson already knew her son was dead. After being attacked in his house by his mother's partner and his stepson, Logan's body was then dumped in a nearby river. Logan Mwangi was described by his community as a bright and energetic boy who was caring and loving. Experts found 56 external injuries on the 5-year-old's body, with internal injuries more likely to be seen in a high-impact car crash.
You're under arrest on suspicion of murder. I haven't done anything wrong.
Okay. Logan's mother was convicted of murdering the little boy in July last year, along with her partner John Cole and his 14-year-old stepson Craig Mulligan. All will serve life sentences.
The hole that has been left in the hearts of all who knew and loved him will never be filled. No amount of time can heal the wounds that have been inflicted. The wonderful memories I have of my son will never be tarnished. They will forever be in my heart and soul.
The local safeguarding board says it's undertaking a child practice review examining agencies' involvement with Logan and his family. A report will be submitted to the Welsh Government this autumn.
There were concerns about his safety, and he had a rather dysfunctional family background. The issue here, of course, is, as we all know, during the pandemic especially, there has been an incredible degree of difficulty from all the frontline agencies, so whether it's health, police, social services, in actually addressing all the work that they have to do.
51,000 children in the UK are considered to be in an at-risk category, while 350,000 more are considered to be in need. Logan had been in both of these categories in his short life. Questions now as to whether or not that life could have been saved. Francis Reed, BBC News.
At least 17 people have been killed in Russian attacks in the port city of Odessa, according to Ukrainian emergency services.
The missiles, one of which hit an apartment block, are said to have been launched from over the Black Sea, where yesterday Russian forces were forced to retreat from the strategically important Snake Island. Our correspondent Joe Inwood has the latest from Kyiv. Joe, morning to you. What more do we know now?
So the missiles landed at about 1 o'clock this morning. We understand one of them hit a residential block, the other one what's been described as a resort complex. 17 dead in total, 30 people wounded, but they are still going through the rubble. As you mentioned there, though, what's interesting is this comes not long after Russian forces were forced from Snake Island. Now, if people remember that name, it's because it's a strategically and symbolically important location in this conflict. At the start of the war, it became well known internationally after the defenders told a Russian warship, the Moskva, to go away in slightly more colourful terms. And they became national heroes. Now, it's been fought over this island many times over the course of this war. And yesterday, the Russians said they withdrew from it as a gesture of goodwill. The Ukrainians said they had destroyed their facilities on the island and forced them off, releasing pictures of plumes of smoke going into the air. So there's a battle of words here, but it seems the Russians were forced to withdraw under heavy Ukrainian fire. Now, it had been hoped that the Russians leaving Snake Island would make things slightly safer for Ukrainian people and cities in the Black Sea, specifically Odessa. It seems last night's attack suggests there may be other realities from the Russian perspective.
Yeah, we'll certainly keep a close eye. Joe, thanks very much.
Nurses and pharmacists can now certify sick notes to help reduce the pressure on GPs. The documents, now called fit notes, provide evidence to employers about a patient's condition and ability to work. The new system applies to England, Scotland and Wales, with Northern Ireland expected to follow.
Harry Styles, Tim Peake, the Duchess of Cambridge. What do they have in common? Well, they're among famous faces to have read the nation's children a bedtime story.
So tonight, Hollywood actor Steve Carell will be in the CB's Bedtime Stories chair. He'll be reading from The Eyebrows of Doom, the book about the adventures of a bear and a mischievous pair of eyebrows.
Those cheeky eyebrows. They caused pandemonium, didn't they? In case you're wondering, eyebrows are usually much better behaved than that. But did you know the best way to stop your eyebrows going rogue is to make sure you're very well rested? So clean those teeth, put your pajamas on, and get yourself all cozy in bed, and your eyebrows should behave themselves. I hope you and your eyebrows have a very peaceful night's sleep. Sweet dreams. Oh boy. Oh no. Oh, okay. Help me. Help. 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 I'm just kidding.
Oh,
You're going to stop fiddling with your eyebrows now, aren't you? You've got to. It's fabulous. I can't do the one thing, the one eyebrow thing, can you? You know, you raise one and...
See camera 5, let's see.
No, I can't do it.
It's
No,
on-
no,
on camera five.
I can't do it. I can't do it. Carol can. I knew Carol. I could see you out of the corner of my... There you go. Uh-huh.
That was like Elvis. That was more like Elvis.
Yes, well,
yes.
What can you say? There's many resemblances between myself and Elvis, actually. But we'll just leave it.
Carol.
Well, thank you, Nadia and Charlie. How about yourselves?
Very well, thanks. Looking forward to this. Bit of sunshine on the way.
There is a bit of sunshine on the way, but also some showers. But what we're looking at today, as the forecast once again, is that dizzy cocktail, sunny spells and scattered showers. But the showers will move through quicker than they did yesterday. Yesterday, parts of northern England had in excess of an inch of rain locally. So that's flash flooding kind of territory. Today, we're not expecting that kind of level of rain, but there will still be rain in the forecast. You see it starting up across the northeast, resting in the Northern Isles, showers developing slightly behind it. Some of those will be thundery, but as I mentioned, they will move through quite quickly. There'll be some sunshine around, it's breezy, and then later on we'll have some rain coming into Northern Ireland. Temperatures 13 to about 22 degrees. Now, by the time we get to the latter part of the afternoon, that rain will have spread in through parts of Wales, and the whole band is going to be pushing steadily eastwards as we go through the course of the night. Tonight, well, we're looking at overnight lows between about 10 and 13 degrees. So tomorrow we can follow the curve of that weather front producing all the rain. It's weakening as it sinks southwards. In between it, there will be some further showers develop. Some of us will miss them altogether and stay dry with some sunshine. But we'll see more persistent rain returning into the northwest of Scotland. Here we've got temperatures of around 14 degrees, but the top temperature is likely to be around about 20 as we push farther south. And it's looking that bit drier on Sunday. Nugget and Charlie.
Carol, thanks very much. See you later.
Thanks, Carol. Pleasure. It's 13 minutes past 6. Family members who take on parental responsibility for their relatives' children say that they're struggling to cope as living costs continue to rise.
Unlike foster carers, they receive little or no financial support from the government in England and Wales. Now, charities are warning some children are at risk of being placed into care. Zoe Conway has more.
Wendy and her grandchildren have a very special bond. She's everything to them. Her daughter was unable to cope with looking after them, so they've lived with Wendy since they were babies. Why do you call Wendy's mum?
Because she does everything like a mum.
What do you mean?
Like she cooks me dinner, she washes my clothes, she just does everything.
It was 15 years ago, just when Wendy had started thinking about retirement, that she was plunged into a world of nappies and night feeds.
Had a nice office job and reasonably well paid, and overnight I found myself without a job, not allowed to work, all my pension rights gone, and just a kinship carer.
Wendy's granddaughter is so good at rollerblading, she plays roller hockey at a national level. Wendy's proud of both her grandchildren, but at 69, she finds being a mum exhausting.
Being a mother, you tend to say no answer a lot.
You have to be the disciplinarian.
Absolutely. It's a shame I can't be a grandmother as well. I can't spoil them, but you can do as a grandmother.
Wendy wonders how she'd cope without being able to rely on donated food at this community centre. She's noticed the cost of everything going up.
Coffee, a jar of coffee, that had gone up by 50p from 1 week to the next. Unbelievable.
If
This
she
is
was a foster carer, she'd be
tobacco.
entitled
It
to
tastes fucking horrible.
£197 a week. But there's no such guarantee.
It should have weed in it.
Carers.
Kinship carers have been struggling financially.
I've got
for
weed
many
there, but
years.
not much.
They don't have the same rights as foster carers to a financial allowance. So many of them give up work, they don't get an allowance, and of course they are plunged into poverty. What's worse now is there is a cost of living crisis, so it's more urgent than ever that the government steps in.
Laura was 27 years old when she got a call from social services asking her to take in her half-brother and half-sister. Their mother had died.
It was really hard. I went from working 60-hour week to working none and doing school runs and doing hair in the morning.
Laura says it's not just an allowance that kinship carers need. They also need better access to emotional support.
They needed bereavement counselling, but there's no bereavement counsellors for children in pretty much the whole of West Sussex. Only private. I couldn't afford to do that. Okay.
Laura also has her own 5-year-old daughter. What the charity Kinship fears most is that if families don't feel financially secure, children will end up back in the care system.
My children are happy, they're healthy. If you were to meet them, you wouldn't even know that they were kinship children, and they would probably say that I'm their mum. And we have enjoyed every moment of it, and I wouldn't be anywhere else.
The government says it's considering how to help kinship carers further. They also say they're providing £37 billion to support vulnerable families. Zoe Conway, BBC News.
Let's take a look at today's papers. The Mail is leading with the resignation of Conservative Party's Deputy Chief Whip, Chris Pincher, over alleged drunken behaviour. The paper says Boris Johnson faces a growing backlash for failing to suspend the whip following the allegations.
The Daily Telegraph reports the Education Secretary, Nadhim Zahawi, has asked the Treasury for a 9% pay rise for teachers in an attempt to avoid strike action.
Meanwhile, the Times reports that Number 10 plans to cut VAT to curb inflation and help households with the cost of living crisis. The paper says Steve Barclay, the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff, has suggested a temporary cut to the current 20% charge on the majority of transactions.
And in the world of television, the ad breaks could get longer. That's one of the most read stories on the BBC News website, all part of a review of the broadcasting rules by the regulator Ofcom.
What are you looking at?
Well, I was just mindful of Steve Carell, who we saw a moment ago, doing his brilliant storytelling. I'm just looking at there's the critics have been writing about the new Minions movie.
I love Minions.
With, of course, Gru being the Steve Carell character. And it starts in, I hadn't heard much about it actually, it starts with a young Gru, his character, in 1976. So he's growing up in the 70s, And apparently there's lots of 70s nostalgia that they have indulged in, including deviled eggs, pogo sticks, Evil Knievel, Tupperware parties, and all of this stuff is mixed up. Apparently they have a lot of fun with these storylines. And I mean, I'm always wary of giving too much away. Apparently the title sequence at the end,
The title sequence at
you
the
know,
end.
when the credits come down, is worth staying for because it's got a Bond
trend, isn't it?
theme. It's got a Bond theme to it apparently. So I like this.
You all know this. What's the difference between a deviled egg and a pickled egg?
Deviled egg is curried, I think, isn't it? And the pickled egg is pickled.
Okay. I didn't know that. That's why I asked.
I'm probably wrong about that. That is what I think it is.
I've never had either.
I think that's right.
I've never had either. We're
We'll
talking.
have our top egg theme team on that
Yeah,
now.
they'll be
just
on it.
fact
They'll be
check
on it. It's what
Yeah,
they
it's all
train to be journalists for. We're talking about this a little later. The first ever national survey of UK statues has taken place, of statues and sculptures. And I just kind of thought, it's so easy to just walk on by and not see stuff in the world, isn't it? Sometimes you're busy and you're just heading to a destination. I don't think I would be able to walk past this
I've
spoon.
never seen that before.
Me neither.
Where is it?
It's in Northumberland. It's called. It's known locally as, not surprisingly, the Giant Spoon. It's built by Bob Budd, but yeah, imagine just walking past that, and then down below. I mean, there's the spoon. It's just a fantastic little. Down below, this is in the town of Douglas, the Isle of Man. The Bee Gees walking along. All brilliant photo opportunities. I just think we should start looking around a little bit more. But we're going to be talking about after that survey, which found, I think the ratio of statues, not including animal statues, is 5-1 in terms of for every one female statue there are 5. And there's something like 170, more than 170 dedicated monuments to Queen Victoria.
There you go.
Do you know that? Anyway,
I
we'll
like
talk about
that
it later.
spoon statue. I like that a lot. Oh, do you want one little thought? This is a tribute, really, to 82-year-old grandmother Gina Harris, who has become the oldest person to cycle from Land's End to John O'Groats. That is some achievement. She is grandmother of 5, and she celebrated the ride with a slice of chocolate cake. A few problems along the way. First thing that happened that went wrong for her, she says, a lot of hard work. In the first few days, she lost a sock, which apparently really kind of just upset the rhythm. All the things were going well, lost one sock, and and then it all got. Anyway,
So many questions. How do you lose a sock and not a shoe?
Well, presumably overnight. I mean, as in, you get up for the next day's ride and you haven't got a sock, which would just, little things. But congratulations. So it's Gina.
Well done.
82 years old. That's amazing achievement.
We here on this programme have been talking about the delays that have been happening at the airport, with security staff and airline staff not being plentiful enough. And now there are threats of more cancellations happening because of the threat of strikes.
So if you believe the headlines, holiday abroad might not be worth the hassle. Ben, I think it is important to say, and all the statistics bear this out, that most people's experience most of the time is they are getting away, and it is okay, isn't it? But necessarily, when things go wrong, there's a lot of tension on.
Yeah, and it would be perfectly reasonable if you're thinking about a summer holiday to question, is it worth the hassle? Especially we've seen this week more last-minute cancellations and delays, and we talk a lot about the travel industry and the issues it's facing. I'm going to try and give some advice this morning. It may well be playing on your mind, and what I'm going to do is dig into the detail here in the BBC Breakfast Departure Lounge for you and give you a bit of a reality check on how likely it is that your summer holiday could face disruption. Well, in airports around the UK this week, 400 flights have been cancelled. That is up 158% compared to the same 7-day period in 2019. Now, it might sound a lot, but it's important to note that 400 is out of nearly 16,000 flights that were planned. So the reality is that is just 2.5% that were grounded. Now, a lot of the cancellations were also made in advance, giving passengers some notice to change their plans. No such notice, though, for some travellers who are planning to fly out of Heathrow Airport yesterday. These were the scenes there where passengers complained about queues and, well, total chaos. Heathrow asked airlines to cut the number of flights because the expected passenger numbers were just too high for it to be able to cope. Now, in terms of figures there, it was 30 flights out of a scheduled 1,200 that were cancelled. Some passengers said they didn't find out until they got to the airport. Heathrow said the cancellations were necessary for safety and that it was a one-off. But passengers flying through the UK's busiest airport can expect more disruption this summer. 700, mainly British Airways, check-in staff and ground crew will go on strike over pay. Crucially, those dates haven't been confirmed yet. We know that staffing issues have caused problems at other airports as well. Gatwick Airport is planning to reduce the number of flights in July and August. So, if you are flying this summer, how worried should you be?
I have to be absolutely honest and say that going into July and August, I've never seen quite this scale of disruption in any previous summer. Of course, it's all to do with the lack of resilience in aviation to get you and hopefully your luggage off the ground and safely to your destination requires dozens of aviation professionals being in the right place at the right time and all getting their jobs done. And a lot of those people have wandered away from the aviation industry, which is why we are so stretched right now.
And the disruption isn't only affecting flights leaving the UK. There have already been strikes by cabin crew, baggage handlers and check-in staff across Europe. In Spain, Portugal, Italy, Belgium and France, and more are scheduled for this weekend in both France and Spain. So has all this disruption affected our confidence in the industry and the number of people who are booking flights?
It's really interesting. What we have seen is the appetite to travel is still very, very significant. We're seeing our members every week, their bookings are ahead where they expected to be versus 2019. One of the big changes we've seen, or one of the trends that we have seen, is the increase of consumers looking to book through their local travel agent. And also what they're booking more packages. And really that's about trying to give them even more reassurance, because if you book a package and that flight or any element of that holiday is disrupted, the principal, so the tour operator that you booked through is obligated to make sure that you have an alternative flight.
Now, the important thing to remember here is that despite those pictures of queues at airports and the reports of strikes and cancellations, the numbers are still very low. The risk may be higher than in previous years, but the vast majority of people will still manage to get away on holiday as planned. And Charlie and Mega, that is welcome news for people, given how long some families have been waiting for that first foreign getaway since the pandemic.
Just feels like you're going to be on tenterhooks until you're actually on the flight. And also actually on the flight back as well, because of cancellation.
Well, that's it. I mean, you could well be sitting there waiting for your takeoff slot.
Yes, but as we've reiterated, most people will get away. Okay, but inevitably you kind of focus in when there are problems, you kind of think about it. Ben, thank you very much.
Coming up later this morning. Get ready for some noughties nostalgia. The original Sugar Babes trio is back with a UK tour after more than 20 years away from the stage. All three are going to join us in the studio just before 9 o'clock.
Time now to get news, travel and the weather where you are.
Hello, I'm John Cuthill with the news in the south. More than 1,000 crimes involving child sexual exploitation were committed in Sussex in the last year, a 27% increase on the previous year. 1,027 incidents were recorded compared to 821 the year before. Concerns that the figures were very worrying were raised at a meeting of the Police and Crime Panel. However, Sussex Police and Crime Commissioner Katie Bourne put the increase down to better recognition and accurate recording of crimes rather than an increase in abuse. 100 cannabis plants have been seized by police on the Isle of Wight. Officers found them at an address in Little London in Newport yesterday. A 41-year-old man and a 46-year-old man are in police custody. A charity that offers support to visually impaired service personnel is moving to a new home in West Sussex. After more than 80 years, Blind Veterans UK is leaving its home in Orringdean to move further along the coast to Rustington. Ahead of the
Piece
move,
of
200
fucking shit.
graves at the cemetery in Brighton.
I don't want you
still
fucking
to
raid.
leave a permanent reminder of the charity's
Oh,
presence.
fucking police. Police, you're faggots. You're gay as fuck, you little bastards. I want to get a gun out and shoot you, you cunts.
And a bullnose heading towards France. But the difficulty that brings for our members is actually orientation, getting around the building. So our move to Rustington, we are so excited about it. It's a 2-story. So essentially we're on the flat. We're basically on the beach.
Now, a guitar once owned by singer Ed Sheeran is going up for auction in Dorset this weekend. This guitar has been donated by the superstar to the Hey Jude Summer Ball at Compton Acres in Poole on Saturday night. The event is in memory of Jude Canane, who was 7 when he died of complications with severe epilepsy in October last year. Jude's parents want to raise funds for Young Epilepsy and Julius House Hospice, who care for Jude. Time for the weather then. Here's Alex Osborne.
Hello, good morning. It's a reasonably dry, fairly mild start to Friday, just a chance of the odd shower. This morning we'll see sunny spells and patchy areas of cloud. As we head through today, scattered showers are likely to become a little bit more widespread, but they're not expected to be as intense or as heavy as they were yesterday. Sunny spells and variable cloud away from these. Temperatures up a touch on yesterday's, with 20 Celsius the likely high, and a bit more of a breeze coming in from the southwest. Through tonight, any scattered showers will gradually fade, becoming drier and clearer for most, and with a mild night ahead of us. For Saturday, it's a mainly dry and bright start with some decent spells of sunshine through the morning. We'll then see this band of cloud and a few showers spreading eastwards as we head through tomorrow, with temperatures just down a touch on today's. Then it's mainly dry with some sunny spells on Sunday.
Just one bit of travel news for you this morning. The A3 Hindhead in Surrey is closed in both directions at the A333. That's it from me for now. I'll be back in half an hour. Bye-bye.
Good morning, you're watching Breakfast with Charlie State and Nugget Manchetti. Time now just after 6:30.
Now, more than 1 million people expected to take to the streets of the capital this weekend for London Pride, a celebration of the LGBT community.
Now, this year's event marks 50 years since the Gay Liberation Front organised the UK's first ever Pride March, paving the way for the gay rights movement.
Our LGBT and identity correspondent Laura Moss has been to meet some members of the group to hear about their fight for equality.
It's 1972. The miners' strike first turns off the lights. Ted Heath is Prime Minister. Donny Osmond is top of the pops. And on-screen gay representation looks something like this.
Oh, it's the maths changer. Take my body, but leave my jewels alone.
Gay people regularly face arrest, and same-sex attraction is still classified as a mental illness. But in the basement of a London university, a revolution is underway and making itself heard in protests across the capital. In July, Pride in the UK is born.
That first Pride was about visibility.
It was terrifying, daring.
I wanted to change the world, to claim public space for queer people.
The freedom, the ability to be yourself. We are here, we are queer, and you better get used to it.
Having a good time, really. Everybody in long hair, of course, including myself.
We were really being very daring coming out in public, in the street.
It taught me that I was a survivor. We had a mass kissing.
Kissing between same-sex couples back then was an arrestable offence. The police were all lined up on the side of the park. Officers did come over and warn us to stop kissing, but there were too many of us.
By the time we finished snogging each other, one turned round and the police had completely disappeared. They were so disgusted with what was happening and so powerless.
After 50 years, some of the original GLF have reunited where it all began, in in their old lecture theatre at the London School of Economics.
Here telling us about coming out and how important it was for us to stand up and be recognised, and that we weren't, the monsters that the press and everyone and the psychiatrists and everyone else was telling the world we were.
I was only 21. I'd left home because my parents disapproved of me being gay. I'd run away and moved in with my girlfriend.
I was brought up in India, and the whole idea of gayness was not in your consciousness.
Because back in those days, most LGBT plus people were ashamed and guilty. They were closeted. They dared not show their name in public.
In a way, I had no self-worth, and I had no gay pride or anything like that, because I had been hiding who I was.
Medical options involved seeing a lot of psychiatrists and convincing them that you were not just mad.
I ended up as a drag queen living in a commune in Notting Hill, and that was so unexpected, but when I got there it made perfect sense.
The GLF lit a spark that would burn for the next 5 decades. But those years also saw huge trials.
So don't die of ignorance.
When AIDS came along, the partners of the ones who died, the family would sweep in and throw them out of the flat or whatever. It was a time of real despair and bitterness. We're over that one now with the recognition of gay partnership, with a civil partnership. And people can't do that to their children anymore.
But there was still more fighting to be done after teaching about homosexuality was banned in schools.
Children who need to be taught to respect traditional moral values are being taught that they have an inalienable right to be gay.
The way that the community came back together over Clause 28 was incredible.
The 6 o'clock news from the BBC.
Oh yeah, in the House of Lords, a vote is taking place.
In the late 1980s, Section 28 protesters stormed the BBC.
But then once it was got rid of it, it wouldn't, but complete for such a waste of time it was.
Progression came later, steps towards righting the wrongs of the past and equality.
Legally,
it was a monumental vote. It gave that equality in terms of the law.
We march for the right to walk down the aisle.
Pride has undergone many changes over the years. What started off as a protest of around 700 people is now a march of thousands. But what does it stand for today?
There is still a need for protest.
It's a fight back, it's a celebration.
I would emphasise our history, or they'll take it for granted.
We have massive issues in terms of international sport. That to be seen publicly as gay is a bad thing and damaging, which is astonishing.
Even the friends of ours are now being very wary about what can you say, what's respectable enough to say. Gradually, they are trying to divide us all up. We need to join together even more.
And shout to wear horse until conversion therapy is banned for all.
Still today, a third of all LGBT plus people in Britain have been victims of homophobic, biphobic or transphobic violence.
The only way you keep rights is by perpetually struggling to keep them. No victory is ever forever unless you make it forever.
The next chapter in the GLS history will be written on Friday when they march here once again, 50 years after starting a revolution that changed so much for so many. Lauren Moss, BBC News.
Joined now by the author and former editor of Attitude magazine, Matthew Todd. Matthew, morning to you. It's amazing, isn't it, how far society has come in 50 years? I mean, I don't know what you would like to add. I mean, we saw that report there. What you'd like to add in terms of what 1972 was like for a gay man in the UK?
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely incredible. I mean, the changes, you can't really quantify them, really. I mean, obviously, I was born in 1973, so these people were marching the year before people like me were born, and very specifically for people like me. And actually, you know, I was kind of growing up in the 80s when Section 28 came in and AIDS had happened, so there was this huge amount of homophobia in the press about HIV and AIDS. And I remember since when I became editor of Battleship and worked with Stonewall and places like that, I would meet these kind of older people and be very emotional and say thank you to them because they were literally doing what they were doing, taking huge risks, literally for people like me. And we celebrate now when people come out, and it is always difficult on a personal level to come out, especially when you're in the public eye, like the footballer recently. But coming out in the early 70s, and you could legally be fired for being gay. Sometimes lesbians would have their children taken away from them, and it really was a very brave thing to do. So we really do owe those people a huge kind of debt of gratitude.
And it is interesting. You mentioned the footballer who has come out as gay recently, and you look at the programmes that are on screen now, celebrating all people from all different walks of life. It's interesting you mentioned the homophobia around in the 1980s when it came to AIDS, and many of us were around remember those advertisements and it being seen as a death sentence and it adding to the horrendous attitude there was to people who were part of the LGBT community. Interesting now with monkeypox, do you think, as monkeypox, and there's been a lot of media coverage about that, more than 1,000 cases now, do you think that has been dealt with in a better way in terms of looking at its transmission, and it's not just being transmitted between men who have sex with men?
Oh, well, we're going straight there, are we? Goodness me. Well, that's a really intense question because, with HIV and AIDS, I mean, it was Rupert Murdoch's newspapers in Australia first started referring to AIDS as the gay plague. So, as the tabloids here were responsible. I mean, the ads, I haven't got a problem with the ads in the 80s because catching HIV did mean at that time that you would catch AIDS, and it pretty much was a death sentence. It's just the fact that it was handled so insensitively. With monkeypox, ironically, I feel, it's Pride weekend this weekend. Unfortunately, a significant amount, the majority of the cases around the world are in gay and bisexual men. And so it scares me a little bit that, people are going out at Pride this weekend and they're going to be celebrating, and, they need to be really, really careful because this is a serious illness. So of course, it's nowhere near as serious as HIV and AIDS, thank goodness. But people do need to be aware of it. But I think that the health authorities have been far more sensitive because, of course, like HIV and AIDS, it's a disease that anybody can contract, and it's something we all need to be wary about.
Pride this weekend, what should we expect?
A huge amount of people. I just noticed actually they just announced yesterday that the police officers are going to be welcome to march in uniform, which is a really controversial development. I think because we've seen these instances of homophobia in the police force, and I think people are rightly really, really angry about what happened with the Stephen Port case, where the Metropolitan Police did not investigate that properly. Obviously, it was a disaster. But I think essentially it's going to be, I think people are going to be really happy and excited to be out on the streets after the pandemic. And, it's interesting that someone there, one of the kind of the GLF people was saying that, it's a celebration, and it is. And sometimes people are frustrated by that. I think it's still Pride. It's criticised a lot. There's a lot of kind of corporate floats and banks and I think oil companies, and, some things which feel, inappropriate sometimes. But on the whole, I think it is a reason to celebrate because we can be out, we can be together. And I think also it's a real beacon of light, for people around the world that they can't be themselves. And I think that's a really, really important part of what Pride is in countries like the UK.
Absolutely. Matthew, really good to talk to you. Matthew Todd there, author and former editor of Attitude magazine.
Let's see, time now is 6:41. Let's go to Mike, who's at Wimbledon for us this morning. Morning to you, Mike. I tell you, some days Wimbledon's all about the action, isn't it? And some days there's a lot of emotion on court. And yesterday was one of those days, wasn't it?
Yes, good morning. Absolutely. It showed the importance of family on centre court at Wimbledon. Few other sports could rival that family connection between the players when they look up to their families as well. And we saw what it meant to Katie Boulter at the end because she dedicated a stunning upset win to her gran, who maybe would have been here, but she passed away just a few days ago. And there was the real connection with the family that were there and the emotion that poured out after what was a stunning upset over last year's finalist, Karolina Pliskova. But we've come up here onto the roof this morning to get a bird's eye view, and it is a stunning morning with the sun rising. Well, it's been up a few hours now, but it's a stunning view of the London skyline and the outside courts. And I tell you what, it may be a bit cheesy, but it could be like this new dawn for some of those British players like Boulter and Liam Brody, who've been around for a bit, had a difficult few years, maybe like Boulter with injury, but have suddenly found themselves in the limelight. It really was a special day, making it now 4 Brits into round 3 in the singles draw, as Joe Wilson reports.
The big centre court entrance.
You walk on these days, and it's dramatic.
It is. Instinctively, Karolina Pliskova turned left, like she did for last year's final. Katie Boulter knew better, straight ahead for her occasion. Having lost the first set, Boulter, nearest the camera, then showed her best tennis against the number 6 seed. Boulter had beaten the Czech player earlier this month, but that was Eastbourne. This was everything. A victory the world could see, and a family occasion.
My grandma passed away 2 days ago, and I'd just like to dedicate that to her today. I've got hopefully many more matches to play, and if I can have you guys behind me for those, then hopefully I can go a long way. So thank you so much. Thank you.
It's another third round for Heather Watson. She resumed and won quickly on court 18. Court 3, an extraordinary adventure for the next British player. Liam Brodie lost 11 games in a row, but prevailed. Why not, he asked. Why not, he proved. 5 sets to beat the number 12 seed Argentina's Diego Schwartzman, and the greatest win of Brodie's career.
Well, in the evening it did begin raining, but do you see the rainbow over the top of the roof at Wimbledon these days? There's always a solution.
Britain's Jack Draper at the bottom of the screen played indoors on court 1 against Alex de Minaur of Australia. Some of their rallies were staggering. All of that, and then Draper lost the point. Not this time. De Minaur seeded 20, talented. Watch this shot, and then notice who's watching on court. Yeah, Katie Boulter, his girlfriend. Draper was gallant to the last, but over 4 sets, de Minaur was just that bit better. Joe Wilson, BBC News, Wimbledon.
Yeah, what a stunning day it was. More to look forward to today. I'll go through what's happening today in a moment. But first, away from Wimbledon, and England's footballers completed their playing preparations for the Women's Euros with a stunning 4-0 win over Switzerland in Zurich. They're in really great form, the team, and England's most experienced player, Jill Scott, came off the bench to get it in on the act after goals from Alyssa Rosso, Georgia Stanway and Beth England. And England's Euros campaign kicks off on Wednesday night at Old Trafford against Austria, sold out, of course, as well. Now, cycling's most famous and toughest race, the Tour de France, gets underway today. Actually, in Denmark, though, this time. And even without the likes of Mark Cavendish, there is plenty of British interest as well. But the man to catch once more will be Tadej Pogačar, who's hoping to make it 3 wins now in a row in 3 years. Joe Savage reports.
The world's biggest bike race starts in a bicycle-mad city. In Copenhagen, they've been painting the town yellow, getting ready for the Grand Départ. 3 weeks of racing begin with 3 stages in Denmark. But this man won't be there. Mark Cavendish, one of the feel-good stories of last summer. 4 stage wins meant the Manx Missile equalled Eddie Merckx's record of 34. Cavendish is in good form. He won the British Championship last Sunday, but his team have picked Fabio Jakobsen instead, arguably the best young sprinter in the world. He's won 10 times already this year. The British Challenge is likely to come from the Ineos Grenadiers. World cyclocross and Olympic mountain bike champion Tom Pidcock is one of 4 riders in the team from the UK. Their attack will be led by Adam Yates, Colombia's Danny Martinez and Geraint Thomas. It's 4 years since the Welshman brought the yellow jersey back to Cardiff. Now 36, he'll be starting his 12th tour.
I've obviously won the race and come second the following year, and I'm a lot closer to the end of my career now than I am the start. And I've got a lot of experience. I just want to enjoy these races now.
But there's some pretty stiff opposition. Slovenia's Primoz Roglic has looked unstoppable recently, and defending champion Tadej Pogačar will take some beating. He's odds-on to make it 3 yellow jerseys in a row. The first stage is an 8-mile time trial on the streets of Copenhagen. After that, just another 2,072 miles to decide who can claim to be the best bike racer in the world. Drew Savage, BBC News.
And don't forget, what a weekend it is to look forward to. We've got the British Grand Prix on 4 wheels, of course, in Formula 1 as well. We'll look ahead to that more properly tomorrow as well. The race actually on Sunday, of course. Back here at Wimbledon, what a day ahead then. 2 of Britain's Fab 4, if you like, still standing, are in their 3rd round matches today. So over there on court number 1, as Joe was mentioning, Heather Watson is playing for her 5th day in a row, as her earlier matches, of course, were interrupted by the rain. They kept getting held over. Today, she'll have the roof to go on if it's needed. It doesn't look like it will be, but if it is, she can get the roof on court number 1 as she takes on Kaja
Yuvan. And then there on centre court, excuse the sunshine, it is lovely, but it's very bright for Tim, the cameraman there. You've got Cameron Norrie, he's last up today, the British number one. Tonight's blockbuster perhaps against the American Steve Johnson. Both Watson and Norrie, they've got great chances of reaching the second week and the fourth round. Don't forget to follow it all on the BBC. Now, just before you came to us, I did have a little bit of company as well this morning. I've come up here for a bird's eye view, and we did have a new camera operator just a few moments before you came to me. Yeah, Rufus the Harris Hall, obviously a bit lonely, a bit bored this morning. Maybe it was my aftershave, but he came to join us. But of course, as soon as I started speaking, oh, he's back, he's back. Yep, he's now landed on our little light. He nearly took the ears off there, but he knows what he's doing. I trust him. There, you can probably hear the bells on his I was going to say his wings, but I think they're on his claws, aren't they, the bells? But yeah, he's obviously a bit bored this morning. I'm sure when others arrive, because we do have pretty much the place ourselves when the others arrive, he'll be off doing his job. But it's lovely to have some feathery company this morning.
Love Rufus. He's such a great character. It just wouldn't be Wimbledon without him, would it, Mike?
Absolutely. He's 15 now. They have got a younger Harris Hall, I think, called Horace, who's learning the trade as well. We haven't seen him this morning. He's gone now, Rufus. Bye-bye, Rufus. Have to do his business.
Thanks, Michael. See you later on. Never dull, is it? Never dull. I did glimpse out the corner of my eye just before we started talking to Mike. I think, was it Rufus? Flew directly in front of the camera, in front of Mike, between him and the camera.
Can't control the animals. Can you, Carol? Morning.
No, and it's the same when the police dogs arrive as well. Oh my goodness, they're lovely. And they're so well behaved and they're just so cuddly. But of course, they're working as well, just like Rufus.
Yeah, you've got to leave them alone, haven't you? You're not allowed to interfere with their work.
You're not, but it's so hard now because they are so cute. They really are. We Springer Spaniels, lovely. This morning, though, it's lovely at Wimbledon to start with, but there are some showers in the forecast, and not just in Wimbledon either. In between, there'll be some sunshine around, and it's going to be a breezier day today than it was yesterday. So any showers that do fall will move along much faster. But talking of Wimbledon, it might look like it's going to stay dry looking at this chart, but there is a chance of a shower. It won't be as heavy as we saw yesterday, and we're looking at highs up to about 21 degrees. This weather front here is what's produced a fair bit of rain in parts of the country overnight, and you can see it's moving up towards the Northern Isles through the day, and then another one's coming in across Northern Ireland, bringing in some rain here. Showers are going to widely develop. We still have some at the moment, especially across Northern England, and once again, we'll see more develop through the course of the day. In between, there'll be bright skies, meaning quite a bit of cloud, or indeed some sunny intervals. Temperatures today ranging from 13 in the north to 22 in the south. Now, through this evening and overnight, where we've got the rain in Northern Ireland, you can see how it moves over into Wales, and then the whole lot continues to push eastwards. It's a weather front following all the way around in through central parts of Scotland. It's not going to be a cold night for most of us staying in double figures. So here is a weather front pushing steadily eastward through the course of tomorrow. Another one comes in across the northwest, bringing in some more rain, and tomorrow too, we're not out of the woods in terms of showers. So here we go. Here is that weather front producing the rain, more persistent rain coming in across northwest Scotland, some showers developing in between these two areas, but a lot of us will stay dry, and there will be a fair bit of sunshine around as well. Just a small chance of a shower at Wimbledon tomorrow with temperatures 14 to 20 degrees. Then on into Sunday, high pressure is starting to build in from the southwest. So a lot of dry weather further south. You can see there are still a few showers scattered around, some of them getting in, for example, to East Anglia, a few coming in across northwest England, into northern and western parts of Scotland, as well as a few into eastern Scotland, and our temperatures 13 to 22 degrees. But as high pressure continues to build as we head on into the new week, while things settle down for most, at times there'll be weather fronts moving across the top of it in the northwest, so we could see some rain. But not only is it going to settle down and dry up, it's also going to turn that bit warmer, especially in this second part of next week. Now getting Charlie.
Carol, thank you very much.
Pleasure. Now, you may have enjoyed the bird spotting that Mike was doing at Wimbledon because blackbirds, but you may well be familiar with this one, this colourful one behind us, or maybe not. It's called the European bee eater.
That is a bird I'm never seen before. I'm not familiar with it at all. They are very, very rare in the UK, usually preferring the hotter climate of southern Europe and North Africa as well. But a small flock of species currently calling Norfolk their home, and Zoe O'Brien is there for us this morning. Morning to you, Zoe. It's such a stunning bird, isn't it?
Yes, well, good morning from sunny Trimmingham on the Norfolk coast. We've had a lovely morning. It's been a gorgeous sunrise, and we've managed to spot some of the bee-eaters. Now, you won't be able to see them at the moment because they have disappeared, but they are nesting in this disused quarry behind us here. They've been coming up this morning from around 6:20 to land in the bushes and the power lines, and they're causing quite the buzz because they really are gorgeous. Like a flying rainbow with a yellow throat and blue under their wings, some red on their backs, and people have been coming from far and wide to catch a glimpse of them. They're quite small, they're just like a little starling, so they're quite hard to see, so you've had people here with binoculars and with long lenses just to see if they can try to see them. But it's not all good news, because experts do say that them coming this far north means that actually that could be an indicator of climate change. They're normally found in parts of Africa and Europe. Now, they were first spotted here on the Jubilee weekend. I'm joined now by landowner Dan. Now, Dan, if you can just tell me, how did you know they were here?
On the Sunday, it was a wet day, and the phone just kept ringing and ringing. Various people in the village and dog walkers. They said, "Yeah, this rare bird is there. Come and see it." So I came up, and there's people everywhere. What was going on? Then the RSP phoned on the Monday, and they sorted everything out from there on.
Now, we know that this is only the 6th time in the last 20 years that they've been found to be nesting in the UK. It must be actually quite exciting.
It is quite exciting. There's been a lot of people, a lot of happy faces. So it's been good. Yeah, thank you.
Now, I want to come and talk to Harry here. Harry, you've got a lovely bee-eater pin badge on as well, haven't you? Now, can you tell me what you've learned about the birds?
The birds, normally, it's like nesting in here. So they just come from North Africa, and they're digging under the ground with their little foots and make it all nice and cozy for them to lay the eggs.
And have you been able to see them?
Yes.
How exciting is that?
Very exciting.
Excellent. Thank you, Harry. Well, Dan, as well, I mean, people are allowed to come and see them, aren't they? You've been allowing people on with the help of the RSPB. Tell me about how many people you've had every day.
It's been packed, full on. I couldn't believe how many people turned up. I had to cut some more grass to make a bigger car park because it was getting inundated. So it was very surprising. And as you said, the distance they travelled has been quite amazing.
Now, they're not going to be here forever, are they? How long do you expect them to stay for?
Maybe till the end of August, early September, possibly. Depends if they fledge, then that's the time. So, a little while left.
Are you going to miss them when they're gone?
I think we will. Back to boring old stuff.
Well, if anybody wants to see them, but you're miles and miles away from Cromer, we can tell you that a live link, a YouTube link, is going to be set up soon for you to see, so keep your eyes peeled for that.
Oh, Zoe, it looks great. We're loving Harry as well. I think he's stolen the show just after the birds, I think, too. Thanks so much.
Yeah, liking Harry's expertise this morning. I like that.
Brilliant. What character. Find out what's happening where you are this morning. We'll be back with the headlines at 7.
Hello, I'm John Cuthill with the news in the South. More than 1,000 crimes involving child sexual exploitation were committed in Sussex in the last year, a 27% increase on the previous year. In 2021 to 22, 1,027 incidents were recorded compared to 821 the year before. Concerns that the figures were very worrying were raised at a meeting of the Police and Crime Panel. However, Sussex Police and Crime Commissioner Katie Bourne put the increase down to more accurate recording of crimes rather than an increase in abuse. 100 cannabis plants have been seized by police on the Isle of Wight. Officers found them at an address in Little London in Newport yesterday. A 41-year-old man and a 46-year-old man are in police custody. A charity that offers support to visually impaired service personnel is moving to a new home in West Sussex. After more than 80 years, Blind Veterans UK is leaving its home in Ovingdean to move further along the coast to Rustington. Ahead of the move and to retain a presence in its spiritual town, work is finishing to restore 200 graves in the cemetery in Brighton so they can leave a permanent reminder of their presence in the city.
It is a 7-storey building.
It's in the shape of an aeroplane. We have 2 wings and a fuselage and a bullnose heading towards France. But the difficulty that brings for our members is actually orientation, getting around the building. So I moved to Rustington. We are so excited about it. It's a 2-story. So essentially we're on the flat. We're basically on the beach.
Now, how about this? More than 15 bottlenose dolphins have been spotted off the Sussex coast. The pod was filmed on Tuesday morning, just a mile off Brighton and Hove, during a sea fishing and sightseeing trip. They were captured on camera by the boat's skipper as they swam alongside. Fantastic pictures, aren't they? I could spend all day watching that, but we can't. We've got the traffic and travel to do in a minute. First, the weather with Alex.
Hello, good morning. Well, it's a reasonably dry, fairly mild start to Friday across the south. Just a chance of the odd shower through this morning with sunny spells and variable amounts of cloud around as well. As we head through today, scattered showers will tend to develop a little bit more widely, but they shouldn't be quite as intense or as frequent as they were yesterday. A bit more of a breeze as well, so any showers we do see should move through quite quickly, and temperatures up a touch for some reaching 20 degrees Celsius. For tonight, any scattered showers will fade away, so it should become mainly dry with some clear skies, and with a mild night ahead of us. And then for Saturday, it's a mainly dry, bright start with some decent spells of sunshine first thing. We'll then see this band of cloud and showers moving eastwards for a time as we head through tomorrow, with temperatures just down a touch on today's. Then it's mainly dry with some sunny spells on Sunday.
Just the one bit of travel news for you this morning. The A3 Hindhead in Surrey is closed in both directions at the A333. That's it for now. I'm back in half an hour. Time to return to Charlie and Naga.
I want to give kids a chance of playing cricket who've never had a chance before. Why would you come round here and say that anyone can play cricket? We've seen the carpet all turns up. Nice. I think we found a player here. Never seen anyone doing that at Wards. What is he got us wearing? I wonder what I've let myself in for.
Freddie Flintoff's Field of Dreams starts Tuesday at 8 on BBC One and iPlayer.
Good morning. Welcome to Breakfast with Charlie State and Naga Munchausen.
Our headlines today: the Conservative MP Chris Pincher resigns as a Deputy Chief Whip, saying he's embarrassed himself and drank far too much, as a newspaper alleges he groped 2 men.
A mother, stepfather and 14-year-old begin life sentences for murdering 5-year-old Logan Mwangi.
Disability charities call for government intervention after the BBC's Frank Gardner is left waiting to be helped off a plane yet again.
Good morning from the sunny Wimbledon, where there's a real buzz about the Brits after Katie Boulter and Liam Brodie both caused stunning upsets to reach the 3rd round, making it a total of 4 British players left standing in the singles.
Good morning. It's sunny at Wimbledon this morning. It's sunny for quite a lot of us this morning, but there are showers in the forecast. They'll move through faster than they did yesterday, and we've got some rain for northern Scotland and later on for Northern Ireland. I have all the details throughout this morning's programme.
Good morning. It's Thursday, the 1st of July. The government's Deputy Chief Whip has resigned from government after a newspaper alleged he groped 2 men at a private members' club.
Chris Pincher has apologised to the Prime Minister and said he embarrassed himself and others. Our political correspondent Jonathan Blake has this report.
Chris Pincher had been Deputy Chief Whip, responsible for discipline among Tory MPs since February, but now it's his own conduct that's fallen short. There were complaints about his behaviour on Wednesday night at the Carlton Club, a private members' club in central London, where he's reported to have groped 2 men. In a letter to the Prime Minister yesterday, Mr Pincher said, "Last night I drank far too much. I've embarrassed myself and other people, which is the last thing I want to do. And for that, I apologise to you and those concerned. I think the right thing to do," he went on, "in the circumstances, is for me to resign as Deputy Chief Whip." As things stand, Chris Pincher won't face any further action. A senior government source said he was a loyal Conservative who recognised he behaved badly. Labour say there are serious questions about how he can remain as a Conservative MP, and Chris Pincher's resignation will again raise the issue of standards of conduct at Westminster. Jonathan Blake, BBC News.
Let's talk to our political correspondent Ian Watson. Ian, morning to you. Interesting now how the Prime Minister is going to react to this.
Yeah, so this morning actually, Downing Street are confirming that it is their view that Chris Pincher will remain a Conservative MP, as we heard in Jonathan's report. Questions are from Labour asking why he will remain a Conservative MP, although he's resigned as Deputy Chief Whip, because a previous Conservative MP, of course, Neil Parish, resigned over viewing pornography in the House of Commons. That caused the by-election in Tiverton, which led to defeat. There's also questions this morning about what the Prime Minister is going to do to get his ministerial team back in place. He's lost the Deputy Chief Whip, of course, over these allegations of groping two men in a private member's club. And, of course, he lost the Conservative Party chairman a week ago following the two by-election defeats. Oliver Dowden resigned, and indeed the only reason the Wakefield by-election took place is because the preceding Conservative MP was jailed for sexual assault. So Labour are now saying, look, the whole standards of public life have been degraded under Boris Johnson. They're trying to move the focus onto Boris Johnson himself. I think he'll now have to think about whether he does a wider reshuffle of his cabinet or simply replaces those he's lost in the past week.
Okay. Ian, thanks very much.
The NSPCC has said a child safeguarding review should leave no stone unturned following the murder of 5-year-old Logan Bourne.
Logan's mother, stepfather, and 14-year-old boy will start life sentences today for killing Logan and dumping his body in a river. A warning, some viewers may find this report from Francis Reid distressing.
He is unconscious. Why is he unconscious?
On the face of it, a mother terrified for her son's life. In reality, it was all an act by a couple who'd committed the most heinous crime.
He needs me. He needs warm clothes. He needs mum. He needs
Mia Anchard Williamson already knew her son was dead. After being attacked in his house by his mother's partner and his stepson, Logan's body was then dumped in a nearby river. Logan Mwangi was described by his community as a bright and energetic boy who was caring and loving. Experts found 56 external injuries on the 5-year-old's body, with internal injuries more likely to be seen in a high-impact car crash.
You're under arrest on suspicion of murder, is that okay?
I haven't done anything wrong.
Okay.
Logan's mother was convicted of murdering the little boy in July last year, along with her partner John Cole and his 14-year-old stepson Craig Mulligan. All will serve life sentences.
The hole that has been left in the hearts of all who knew and loved him will never be filled. No amount of time can heal the wounds that have been inflicted. The wonderful memories I have with my son will never be tarnished. They will forever be in my heart and soul.
The local safeguarding board says it's undertaking a child practice review examining agencies' involvement with Logan and his family. A report will be submitted to the Welsh Government this autumn.
There were concerns about his safety, and he had a rather dysfunctional family background. The issue here, of course, is, as we all know, during the pandemic especially, there has been an incredible degree of difficulty from all the frontline agencies, so whether it's health, police, social services, in actually addressing all the work that they have to do.
51,000 children in the UK are considered to be in an at-risk category, while 350,000 more are considered to be in need. Logan had been in both of these categories in his short life. Questions now as to whether or not that life could have been saved. Francis Reid, BBC News.
At least 17 people have been killed in Russian attacks in the port city of Odessa, according to Ukrainian emergency services.
The missiles, one of which hit an apartment block, said to have been launched from over the Black Sea, where yesterday Russian forces were forced to retreat from the strategically important Snake Island. Let's speak now to our correspondent Joe Inwood, who has the latest from Kiev. Very good morning to you, Joe. Just tell us a bit more about what's happened in Odessa.
So these missiles struck at 1 in the morning, we understand. We think there were 3 of them now, according to the Ukrainian authorities. One of them hit a 9-story residential block, killing 14 people there. 3 more people died at some sort of
resort complex. 30 more people have been injured. But as you were mentioning there, Charlie, what's interesting about this is it happens just hours after the Russians left Snake Island. Now, Snake Island, people will know, it's this crucial outcropping of rock, strategically but also symbolically important. At the start of the war, the defenders of it became national heroes when they told the Russian flagship, the Moskva, to go away in rather more colourful language. And ever since then, there's been a battle over this island. The Russians have held it, but they've paid a heavy price for doing so. And it seems that yesterday that price just became too high under sustained Ukrainian bombardment. The Russian defenders of that island, the Russian garrison there, left. Now, the Russians say they did this as a gesture of goodwill to help get grain out of the port of Odessa. Of course, the Ukrainians dispute that and have released a lot of satellite imagery and footage showing the attacks on the island. Whatever the truth of it, there had been hope from the people of Ukraine that maybe the situation there would ease. The leaving of the Russian garrison might make places like Odessa safer. Last night's attack shows that may not be the case.
Joe, for the moment, thank you.
Nurses and pharmacists can now certify sick notes to help reduce the pressure on GPs. The documents, called now Fit Notes, provide evidence to employers about a patient's condition and ability to work. The new system applies to England, Scotland and Wales, with Northern Ireland expected to follow.
So, Harry Styles, Tim Peake and the Duchess of Cambridge are among the famous names to have read the nation's children a bedtime story.
And tonight, Hollywood actor Steve Carell will be in the CBeebies Bedtime Stories chair. He'll be reading from The Eyebrows of Doom, a book about the adventures of a bear and a mischievous pair of eyebrows.
Those cheeky eyebrows. They caused pandemonium, didn't they? In case you're wondering, eyebrows are usually much better behaved than that. But did you know the best way to stop your eyebrows going rogue is to make sure you're very well rested. So clean those teeth, put your pajamas on, and get yourself all cozy in bed, and your eyebrows should behave themselves. I hope you and your eyebrows have a very peaceful night's sleep. Sweet dreams. Oh boy. Oh no. Okay, help me. Help. I'm just kidding.
Is that the trick then? Be well rested and then you have like
Apparently.
very
Steve
well
Carell
behaved
says so.
eyebrows.
I love those bedtime stories. Just the names that the list now just gets better and
It's
better.
brilliant, isn't it? Just brilliant. It is coming up to 11 minutes past 7. Good morning. Now, COVID cases in England are approaching record levels, with large events like Glastonbury likely to be behind the sudden increase.
So let's pick up on this with one of our regular GPs here on the programme, Dr. Helen Wall. Very good morning to you. Do you want to take us through the big picture stuff first? I mean, what do the statistics tell us?
We know that COVID cases are rising, and we're not strangers to this. This has happened several times before, hasn't it? But they seem to be rising quite rapidly. We are a little bit behind on the data, as I've said before, because we're not testing now everybody. We're relying on the Office of National Statistics data, which samples households, thousands of households every week. So the data is about a week behind when we read it.
Just to go over, because it's always worth going over how the data is collated, how it's gathered, and then how it's extrapolated, so we can assume that cases are rising.
Yes, so we're not testing everyone. We're testing people in hospitals. People who are immunocompromised will be testing, but certainly there's no widespread testing programme. So the Office of National Statistics have lots of thousands of households enrolled in a testing programme, and they send tests out to them, and then they extrapolate that to look at the rates. So we are a little bit behind on the data, but it looks like cases are going up approximately 30% week on week over the last couple of weeks, and hospital admissions are starting to do the same. And obviously there's going to be a lag in hospital admissions. When the rates start to rise, it takes a little bit of time for hospital admissions to follow, because people don't tend to go into hospital straight away as soon as they get COVID. So it is one to watch. The good news is that the ICU admissions are still very low and not really climbing, only climbed by about 0.2% in a week. And the deaths aren't flying up as they have done in previous waves. But there is talk of this being the fifth wave. And as you've said, events like Glastonbury, lots of the Platinum Jubilee, lots of mixing in big events is going to fuel that.
And I mean, necessarily, and of course, people watching this home, a lot of it's anecdotal, isn't it? They're thinking, I'm hearing quite a few people have got it now.
Yeah.
Necessarily, these are people who have been vaccinated because of the success of the vaccination program. And we always knew that would be the case, that can happen, and it clearly is.
Yeah. See, what we're seeing is a variants coming, and that we knew that was going to happen as well. So we're currently, half of our cases in the UK are the BA5 variants. That's a version of Omicron. We've had BA4 as well, which has accounted for a lot of the cases. So, the vaccine don't cover particularly every variant, but when we get into the autumn programme, which has been announced last week, the autumn booster programme, I believe the vaccines are going to be tweaked a little bit to cover the most relevant variants.
Just one thought, Helen, on some of the basics, and it's always worth reminding people, what are the symptoms? What are the things you need to look out for in case you are one of those who's now contracted?
Well, the challenging thing about COVID is that we don't always get symptoms, and that's been why it's spread so floridly over the last couple of years. But if you do get symptoms, it can be anything really from a fever, aches and pains, snuffles, cough. In the early days, we were very much focused on respiratory symptoms. We were saying if you've got a cough, if you've got short of breath, it's probably COVID. We know that it's transpired now into lots of other symptoms. It can even be a bad stomach. So it is really difficult to say without testing that this is COVID. So I think if you are unwell, particularly stay away from people who are vulnerable. But if possible, stay away from everyone.
You mentioned the vaccine booster programme with the announcement next week. Do we know exactly who's going to be able to have access to a booster?
We've got a good idea. So the Joint Committee for Vaccines and Immunisations, the JCVI, issued a letter publicly last week which told us who they thought was going to be included in the autumn booster programme. So at the minute we're running the spring booster, that's going to come to a natural end over summer. And then people who will be eligible for the autumn booster will be, we think, anyone 65 and above, anyone who's clinically at risk, so underlying health conditions. So if you're an adult with diabetes, COPD, asthma, anyone in an elderly care home, and the workers. It's important to note that in the spring booster programme, health and social care workers weren't included in that. So we've got a lot of health workers that haven't been vaccinated for 12 months. They will now be included in this next one.
Shall we talk about these fit notes? That have been, so it now means that nurses, pharmacists can give fit notes, which basically are like sick notes to employers. How does that affect you, positive or negative?
No, I think it's a positive move, and I think it's positive not just for GPs but for patients as well. We're expanding our work force in general practice. We're having to in primary care because the number of GPs is just going through the floor. So we've got people working in each practice now. We've got clinical pharmacists, we've got physiotherapists, we've got mental health practitioners, we've got various nurses doing advanced nurse practitioner roles. So all of those people are seeing our patients, and we're not always the right person to give that fit note and to have that discussion. It's actually been called a fit note for about 12 years now. The theory being that it doesn't have to be that it signs you completely off work. So what a fit note can do, it can look at what adaptations you might need to work. So it might say altered hours, it might say workplace adaptations. We're not always the best person to do that. If you're seeing a physio at the practice because you've got a bad back, they're best placed to have that conversation with you to say, well, actually, I think you probably could work, but only if these conditions apply.
It's on a practical note. And how much of your time might this free up? Because people are interested in getting an appointment with you, and they might be thinking, well, if people are going elsewhere to get a fit note, if they go to pharmacists, maybe you'll have a bit more time. Did you spend much? Did you spend a lot of time doing this?
Yeah, we spend a hell of a load of time doing this. I mean, if I give you a typical day, we've got 7,400 patients in the practice that I am senior partner at. We can do anything from 15 to 20 fit notes a day.
And each appointment takes
10 minutes, 15 minutes. We don't always speak to the patient, sometimes an extension of a previous note, but it is a lot of time. And if you don't know that patient, you've got to get to grips. You've got to read the notes, you've got to see why they're off work, you've got to speak to them, you've got to see them. So it's going to free up a lot of time.
This could free up some time for you.
Yeah, it will do. I think the interesting thing is that I'm not sure many of my colleagues know that this is coming in today. I think this is going to be news to some GPs because it hasn't been communicated that well either. So I think the key is that the other staff that are going to be having these conversations or doing these fitness are perhaps going to need a little bit of training, because I think it's going to be news to them as well.
And Leslie, so thank you
Good
very
to
much.
see you, Helen. Thank you. If you are fit enough and well enough, you may get to enjoy some sunshine outside. Carol can tell us more. Morning.
Good morning, everyone. You're quite right, Naga. There is some sunshine outside this morning, and these are the temperatures if you're just stepping out now. So widely between 11 and 15 degrees. But if you have an allergy to pollen, it's worth mentioning that the pollen levels are high, again, across all of Wales and a lot of England. Elsewhere, we're looking at low or moderate levels. Now, the forecast for today, once again, is one of sunshine and showers. Scattered showers developing as we go through the course of the day. Some of them, once again, will be heavy and thundery, but they'll move through quicker than they did yesterday because there's more of a breeze. There's a risk of a shower later across Wimbledon, and we've got rain coming in across Northern Ireland through the course of the day, and rain pushing up into the Northern Isles. Temperatures 13 to about 22 degrees. Now, through this evening and overnight, the rain in Northern Ireland spreads in across Wales and then continues across Scotland, Northern England, the southwest as it pushes steadily eastwards. Overnight lows tonight, again around about 10 to 13 degrees. So we pick up this weather front, here it is here, producing the showery outbreaks of rain. Later, some heavier rain will come in across the northwest of Scotland, and in between these two areas, we are looking at some drier conditions, but also some showers, but there'll be some sunshine as well. Temperatures 14 in the north to about 20 as we sweep down towards the southeast. Now getting Charlie.
Carol, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Now, it's coming up to 20 minutes past 7. Statues. They can be controversial. They can be inspirational, even quirky. They often represent our history.
I'm sort of trying to identify a few behind this. Big statue earlier on. Yeah, they're often significant. I mean, and significant things, or they're sort of a marker of things. Now, the first time ever, all 13,000 public sculptures in the UK can be viewed online. It's all part of a landmark project by the education charity Art UK.
Questions such as who the most popular royal is to be immortalised in stone, and how many statues of cats and dogs do we have? Here are some of the answers. We're joined now by Andrew Ellis, who's the director of Art UK, and sculptor Hazel Reeves. Good morning to you both. Lovely to see you. Now, we'll have to. Can you establish where you are? What's behind you?
So we are in Harlow Town, the only sculpture town in the whole of the UK. Branded that in 2009, and behind us we have this incredible sculpture Eve by Auguste Rodin. The giant of European sculpture, late 19th century, early 20th century. So that's where we are today.
Hazel, good to have you with us as well. You know, some of the things that came out of the survey, we'll find out why. I mean, it's obvious why we need the survey. I think it's good to know where all these statues are. But there are some really interesting facts that have come out in terms of representation. What were your observations when you saw the numbers come through?
Well, I think I wasn't surprised in some ways. We really need this type of baseline to show whose stories get told. And when you look at the 2,600 public sculptures of real people that depict them or commemorate them, 78% were of men, and the 17% only of women, and less than 2% of people of colour. So it really shows you whose stories don't get told.
Well, Emmeline, you did the, Hazel, you did the Emmeline Pankhurst statue, which was unveiled in Manchester. Do you think things are changing now? Because in some ways you can consign the balance to history, I suppose, the balance of statues to history, but are things changing now?
I think people are much more aware that with sculpture, you really have to interrogate who's represented, whose stories get told. So we are getting more statues of women, but as you can see, there's so much further to go. And it's so unjust. If you think about somebody transported down to this planet, and they could be forgiven for thinking that only men achieve sort of great things, and only their lives are of value. So this is about rewriting women, for example, back into history. So it's incredibly important, and also provide role models for young girls, inspiring them to push further than perhaps society expects of them.
Hazel, I'm really curious about, a lot of this is about fundamentally us appreciating sculptures more. Are there any ground rules? Like when I see a sculpture, I often feel like I need to touch it. I need to get hands on. Are there sort of ground rules about, do's and don'ts around artwork? Because you've done, you've made beautiful things. What's your thinking on that?
Statues are absolutely nothing without people. They should act as catalysts. I want people to go right up to my statues. I want them to touch them. I want them to have selfies taken with them. I want them to sit and reflect on them. They need to inspire people. They need to get people to ask questions and find out for themselves what those stories might be. So I'm very much, you need to have this access. But what Art UK have fabulously done is to take the stories that I've been telling about women's rights and the lives of working women, lifting these 3D stories up and placing them in a virtual gallery and enabling anyone, anywhere, anytime to be able to access these.
That's interesting.
So it's not just for those that live nearby.
Yeah, Andrew, that's such an interesting point that about accessibility. Do you think there's been a history of sculptures and that kind of art form being a bit too stuffy? Frankly, they're distant. They're slightly separated away from people.
Yes, it's odd though, isn't it? Because we walk past them on a daily basis, and so often we walk past them and don't know what we're looking at. I mean, the purpose of this project, and it's part of a much wider project to create access on one website to the whole national collection of art that we own across all our public collections and in our public spaces. And we started with putting the oil paintings we own online, and in the last few years we've been focusing in on the sculptures. We've nearly finished a project to digitise all the sculptures inside our public collections, but today marks the completion of the project to photograph and digitise all those sculptures and monuments outdoors across the whole of the United Kingdom. And making that accessible to the public that owns it is central to what Art UK does. Making it accessible, telling the stories, as Hazel said, behind those sculptures, and creating schools learning resources for students across the country. So it's a fantastic resource, and as Hazel says, available to be seen, all those artworks anytime, anywhere across the world.
I mean, it's amazing. And we were covering this morning. We saw this brilliant piece. This is called The Giant Spoon in Cramlington in Northumberland. Never seen it before. It's now on my list. We're running out of time, but if you had to pick one, a statue that you would recommend each, a statue that may not feel like a historically boring statue. I'm not saying they're all boring, but something that people can think, I'm going to see that, and that's going to get me into being infused more about what's around in the country. Pick one.
Well, I agree that Eating for England is great. There's a wonderful new Rana Begum on the line down in Docklands. Incredibly colourful, wonderfully creative.
Oh, that's a really difficult one. I love the moment on Hove, Constellation, which is on the seafront, for everybody to wander around. It reflects the history of the local area, and people advise on what they saw as being part of Hove's history. So that one is a bit of collaboration I really, really love.
Really nice catching up with both of you today. Thank you so much, Andrew and Hazel. And if nothing else, what you've done, I think, is we're all maybe we're walking around, or you might just sort of think, I walk past it every day, just as I was saying before, and take it in.
And don't be afraid to touch them.
That's the other thing. Unless there's a big sign up saying, under no circumstances. But yeah.
Which just makes you want to touch it. Time to get the news, travel, and weather. Away with it.
Hello, I'm John Cuthill with the news in the South. More than 1,000 crimes involving child sexual exploitation were committed in Sussex in the last year, a 27% increase on the previous year. 1,027 incidents were recorded compared to 821 the year before. Concerns that the figures were very worrying were raised in a meeting of the Police and Crime Panel. However, Sussex Police and Crime Commissioner Katie Bourne put the increase down to more accurate recording of the crimes rather than an increase in abuse. The University of Reading has been praised for its mental health services that are available for students. The study by the mental health charity Human canvassed 80 universities and a total of 72,000 students. Reading topped the poll of how satisfied students were with support on offer and how their concerns were taken seriously by staff. Oxford University came second. A charity that offers support to visually impaired service personnel is moving to a new home in West Sussex. After more than 80 years, Blind Veterans UK is leaving its home in Ovingdean to move further along the coast to Rustington. Ahead of the move and to maintain a presence in its spiritual home, work is finishing to restore 200 graves in the cemetery in Brighton, so they leave a permanent reminder of their presence in the city. A guitar once owned by singer Ed Sheeran is going up for auction in Dorset this weekend. This guitar has been donated by the superstar to the Hey Jude Summer Ball at Compton Acres in Poole on Saturday night. The event is in memory of Jude Kinane, who was 7 when he died of complications with severe epilepsy in October last year. His parents want to raise funds for young epilepsy and for Julius House Hospice. Now, how's this? More than 15 bottom-age dolphins have been spotted off the Sussex coast. The pod was filmed just a mile off Brighton and Hove during a fishing and sightseeing trip. They were captured on camera by the boat's skipper as they swam alongside. Lovely stuff. Right, the weather. We're done.
Hello, good morning. Well, it's a reasonably dry, fairly mild start to Friday across the south. Just a chance of the odd shower through this morning with sunny spells and variable amounts of cloud around as well. As we head through today, scattered showers will tend to develop a little bit more widely, but they shouldn't be quite as intense or as frequent as they were yesterday. A bit more of a breeze as well, so any showers we do see should move through quite quickly, and temperatures up a touch for some reaching 20 degrees Celsius. Through tonight, any scattered showers will fade away, so it should become mainly dry with some clear skies, and with a mild night ahead of us. And then for Saturday, it's a mainly dry, bright start with some decent spells of sunshine first thing. We'll then see this band of cloud and showers moving eastwards for a time as we head through tomorrow, with temperatures just down a touch on today's. Then it's mainly dry with some sunny spells on Sunday.
Just one bit of travel news for you this morning. It's causing problems, I'm afraid. On the A3 Hindhead Surrey, it's closed in both directions at the A333. Really heavy congestion now in that whole area. Okay, that's it for now. I'm back in an hour. Let's go back to Charlie and Megan.
Hello, you're watching Breakfast with Charlie State and Naga Manchester.
Time now, it's 7:31 Friday morning. Charities are calling for the government to take action after disabled passengers have reported being left stranded on aircraft amid staffing shortages.
Just last night, BBC correspondent, our colleague Frank Gardner, tweeted about his own experience of being left on a plane at Gatwick Airport. He says, after landing, the crew disembarked before him.
So he said he waited 20 minutes before staff came to assist him off the aircraft. And not the first time Frank has experienced this either. You might remember in May, he spoke about being stuck on an empty plane at Heathrow Airport when there were no staff available to get his wheelchair.
In March, he posted about an issue at the same airport when they were unable to find a lift to help them board. And last month, Gatwick Airport was forced to apologise to a disabled passenger, Victoria Bridnell, who was left waiting for an hour and a half before staff helped her to disembark.
So let's talk about this a little more with James Taylor from the disability charity Scope. James, very good morning to you. I mean, Frank, unfortunately, we can't speak to him today because he himself is travelling once again. And he'd be the first to say the reason he raises this is because he has a voice and people see his story. He does this because it's happening to more and more people routinely. Why? What's happening?
Yeah, good morning. For a long time, we've been concerned that the airports and airlines and trains too are not complying with regulations that have been set out to make sure this thing doesn't happen. These experiences were happening before the pandemic, but I think staff shortages have made things worse. And it's now, with the stories like Frank's and others that you've mentioned, become a complete joke. And personally, it makes me very angry, and I think it makes lots of people very angry to hear that people are being stuck on planes for 30 minutes, 60 minutes, some even longer, and it's making people feel anxious, stressed, and it's quite a degrading experience too.
So staff shortages. Just take us through what does the airline require, or the airport? What is required? What's required of them to do?
Every disabled person who wants or needs assistance is legally entitled to it. They will need to ask their airline who they're booking with, or their tour operator, to then get in touch with the airport. The airport then contracts that out to a company to provide that service. So you can see how there could be a communication breakdown leading to people not knowing whether there's a disabled person on the plane or not. And sadly, this is happening more and more frequently, and we really need to see airlines and airports get a grip.
Well, everyone hearing what you're saying there, you can see that could be a problem, but we all know that, means of communication now are brilliant. That really is no excuse anymore, is it? Information should be passed on. Immediately you start to think this is about prioritization, that some things, frankly, are treated more importantly than others.
I think that's right, and I don't know what it is, but there's something about a disabled person being on a plane that seems to make airport staff forget their jobs and throw the processes out the window. And we've heard from disabled people who say they feel degraded, they feel completely forgotten about, and they don't know whether they want to travel again in the future because of the experience they've had.
I'm trying to think of another side to the story, to if you like, have some sympathy for the situation, however horrible it is for that individual at the time. I mean, are people who are there at the scene worried about trying to help? Because I suspect that as human beings, some of those people who might be on the aircraft or who are on the ground crew possibly arrive at the scene, and their instinct would be, I'd like to help. I'd like to help this person in this moment in time, but they can't because they're worried about getting it wrong, about being in trouble from their employers. Do you think there's something around that?
There's definitely some more training and awareness that could be provided to everybody who's involved in aviation, from the very walking in the front door to getting on and off the plane. There are very strict rules about where assistance and who assistance can be provided by, which is why you often see, particularly in Frank's case last night, airline staff aren't allowed to do anything. And that's set out in regulation.
Yeah, we're seeing pictures. This is Frank actually on one of the previous occasions when he was stuck on an aircraft, and he tweeted this picture. Is it your experience, James, that people are frankly being put off travelling because of how often this is happening?
I think so, and we need to see some really clear, consistent standards across all airports in the UK, and it's only in the UK where this seems to be happening. It doesn't seem to be happening anywhere else in the world.
James, thank you so much for your time this morning. It's James Taylor, who's from Scope, just talking about some of the problems people are having as they're travelling.
It's 24 minutes to 8. Good morning. Now, Mike is at Wimbledon for us, and the sun is shining, and you've been getting familiar with the wildlife there. And now we're seeing some of the preparations ahead of some of the games in the outer courts. Morning, Mike.
Yes, good morning. Well, we've come down to the outside courts. We wanted some company to see some of the early action where the covers have just been coming off on the outside courts. And as you say, it's beautiful this morning. In fact, the sunniest morning of this Wimbledon so far. And when the sun is shining like this at this time of day, you get a sense of centre court in all its glory, all its splendour. 100 years old, look at it, with the sun beaming down, brings out all the colours of the flowers, isn't it? And this, of course, was the scene of such emotional scenes yesterday for Katie Boulter in particular, and her stunning victory over last year's finalist, Karolina Pliskova. And then she had that emotional tribute at the end. She dedicated the victory to her gran, who passed away just a few days ago. And you saw this really strong connection between Katie Boulter and her family members who were there. But the sun is certainly shining on some of those British players who don't normally get the limelight, maybe had a few difficult years with injury, the likes of Katie Boulter and Liam Brodie. And in fact, we have now 4 British players still standing in the singles draw, as our sports correspondent Joe Wilson now reports.
The big centre court entrance.
You walk on these days, and it's dramatic.
It is. Instinctively, Karolina Pliskova turned left, like she did for last year's final. Katie Boulter knew better, straight ahead for her occasion. Having lost the first set, Boulter, nearest the camera, then showed her best tennis against the number 6 seed. Boulter had beaten the Czech player earlier this month, but that was Eastbourne. This was everything. A victory the world could see, and a family occasion.
My grandpa passed away 2 days ago, and I'd just like to dedicate that to her today. I've got hopefully many more matches to play, and if I can have you guys behind me for those, then hopefully I can go a long way. So thank you so much. Thank you.
It's another third round for Heather Watson. She resumed and won quickly on court 18. Court 3, an extraordinary adventure for the next British player. Liam Brody lost 11 games in a row, but prevailed. Why not, he asked. Why not, he proved. 5 sets to beat the number 12 seed Argentina's Diego Schwartzman, and the greatest win of Brody's career.
Well, in the evening it did begin raining, but do you see the rainbow over the top of the roof at Wimbledon these days? There's always a solution.
Britain's Jack Draper at the bottom of the screen played indoors on court 1 against Alex de Minaur of Australia. Some of their rallies were staggering. All of that, and then Draper lost the point.
Not this time.
De Minaur seeded 20, talented. Watch this shot, and then notice who's watching on court. Yeah, Katie Boulter, his girlfriend. Draper was gallant to the last, but over 4 sets, de Minaur was just that bit better. Joe Wilson, BBC News, Wimbledon.
More from Wimbledon in a moment, but first of all, I'll tell you what, England's footballers are in such great form ahead of the Women's Euros that start next week. According to their boss, they're looking very, very good. The Lionesses, they're now unbeaten in 11 games, 14 games actually, to be fair, after their final warm-up match. This was a 4-0 victory, so convincing over Switzerland in Zurich, and England's most experienced player, Jill Scott, came off the bench to get in on the act. England's Euros campaign kicks off on Wednesday night at Old Trafford against Austria. Now, cycling's most famous and toughest race, the Tour de France, starts today in Copenhagen, actually, in Denmark. And even without the likes of Mark Cavendish, there's plenty of British interest. But the man they're all trying to catch is Tadej Pogačar, who's hoping to make it 3 wins in a row, as Bruce Savage reports.
The world's biggest bike race starts in a bicycle-mad city. In Copenhagen, they've been painting the town yellow, getting ready for the Grand Départ. 3 weeks of racing begin with 3 stages in Denmark. But this man won't be there. Mark Cavendish, one of the feel-good stories of last summer. 4 stage wins meant the Manx Missile equalled Eddie Merckx's record of 34. Cavendish is in good form. He won the British Championship last Sunday, but his team have picked Fabio Jakobsen instead, arguably the best young sprinter in the world. He's won 10 times already this year. The British Challenge is likely to come from the Ineos Grenadiers. World cyclocross and Olympic mountain bike champion Tom Pidcock is one of 4 riders in the team from the UK. Their attack will be led by Adam Yates, Colombia's Danny Martinez and Geraint Thomas. It's 4 years since the Welshman brought the yellow jersey back to Cardiff. Now 36, he'll be starting his 12th tour.
I've obviously won the race and come second the following year, and I'm a lot closer to the end of my career now than I am the start, and I've got a lot of experience. I just want to enjoy these races now.
But there's some pretty stiff opposition. Slovenia's Primož Roglic has looked unstoppable recently, and defending champion Tadej Pogačar will take some beating. He's odds on to make it 3 yellow jerseys in a row. The first stage is an 8-mile time trial on the streets of Copenhagen. After that, just another 2,072 miles to decide who can claim to be the best bike racer in the world. Drew Savage, BBC News.
Finally, back here at Wimbledon, 2 big games involving 2 of those Brits still standing, 2 of the Fab Four, if you like. Later on today, on number 1 court, you've got Heather Watson, who's actually played every day so far because their matches kept getting interrupted, etc. But they'll have the move if they need it. I don't know if they will. On that number 1 court, as she takes on Kaya Juvanas. First up on number 1 court at lunchtime for Heather Watson. And then later on centre court, the blockbuster evening.
8 hours.
Cameron Norrie against the American Steve Johnson. In an hour's time, I'll be chatting to the former British number 1 and BBC commentator Sam Smith about their chances, and both are looking good. I don't want to jinx it, but both are looking good. We'll try and get into the second week and round 4. Don't forget to follow it all on the BBC.
Mike, thanks so much. Loads to chat about.
Yeah.
Loads to see. We'll talk again in the next hour. Thanks.
So 7:43. Looking at Mike there, seeing those.
If you look,
sunshine there looks lovely, doesn't it, Carol? How's it?
that brown.
It
That
doesn't, Charlie, yeah. Good morning, everyone. Well, we've got a mixture once again today. Bright spells, sunny spells, and some of us currently also have rain. You can see in the satellite picture the extent of the cloud where we've got the rain. The moment across northeast England, and it's heading up towards the Northern Isles for the rest of the day. Then we've got
that brown man
clouds coming in across Northern Ireland. We too will see some rain.
was banging my door. That's why
It won't be as heavy as
I done what I done. What did I do? Hate speech, really?
temperatures up to about 21 degrees. Now, today as we go through the afternoon, we're looking
No, he was
at
banging my door. I'd have rather get outside and smash him with a hammer
parts of northeast England, central and eastern parts of Scotland,
and watch him drop on the
and
floor.
then moving up into Northern Ireland,
Yeah.
and coming in across Northern Ireland, and in between, a fair bit of dry weather and also some sunshine with variable amounts of cloud at times. So very similar to the last few days. But because it's breezier, those showers will push through a lot faster. Temperatures 13 to about 22 degrees. Pollen levels though across England and all of Wales today are high, except for in East Anglia and the southwest. Up in Northern Ireland and Scotland, they're either low or moderate. Now, through this evening and overnight, the rain in Northern Ireland pushes in across Wales, western Scotland, southwest England, and continues to journey eastwards. Tonight's overnight low is very similar to last night. We're looking at 10 to about 13 degrees. So tomorrow we pick up this curvature.
Bin man's been round.
Continuing to push eastwards and
I just heard him.
This southern flank.
I'm going to get another t-shirt.
And also turning with showery rain. But we'll see more persistent rain coming far north of Scotland.
A bit of a horror movie.
Temperatures 14 to 20 degrees. A lot of us staying dry and a fair bit of sunshine around as well. On Sunday,
Yeah, I think it'll look good.
From the southwest. Now, there will still be one or two showers coming in across parts of East Anglia, also some showers coming in across Northern England, Scotland, and a few getting in to Northern Ireland. Temperatures 13 to about 22 degrees. And then after that, high pressure really starts to establish itself, so things settle down into next week. Still the odd weather front, just trundling around the top of it, could produce the odd shower, for example, across parts of the north and the west. But most of the rest of us, on current thinking, should stay dry. The other thing that's going to happen as we go through next week is the temperatures are going to start to rise, particularly Friday, Saturday and Sunday, when we'll see a lot of temperatures getting into the mid-20s or that bit higher. So if you like it warmer, something to look forward to. And I get excited.
Carol, thanks so much.
Thanks, Carol.
Pleasure.
More than 1 million people are expected to take to the streets of the capital this weekend for London Pride, and according to Carol, the weather looks pretty different. Of course, it's a celebration of the LGBT community.
And this year's event marks 50 years since the Gay Liberation Front organised the UK's first ever Pride March, paving the way for the gay rights movement.
Our LGBT and identity correspondent
I don't want to be gay.
has been to meet some members of the group to hear about their fight.
No way. No way.
It's 1972. The miners' strike first turns off the lights. Ted Heath is Prime Minister. Connie Osmond. And on-screen gay representation looks something like this.
It's the masked stranger. Think I bloody believe my jewels are there.
Gay people regularly face arrest, and same-sex attraction is still classified as a mental illness. But in the basement of a London university, a revolution is underway and making itself heard in protests across the capital. In July, Pride in the UK is born.
That first Pride was about visibility.
It was terrifying, daring.
I wanted to change the world to claim public space for queer people.
The freedom, the ability to be yourself. We are here, we are queer,
and you better get used to it. Having a good time, really. Everybody in long hair, of course, including myself.
We were really being very daring coming out in public, in the street.
It taught me that I was a survivor. We had a mass kissing.
Kissing between same-sex couples back then was an arrestable offence. The police were all lined up on the side of the park. Officers did come over and warn us to stop kissing, but there were too many of us.
By the time we finished snogging each other, one turned round and the police had completely disappeared. They were so disgusted with what was happening and so powerless.
After 50 years, some of the original GLF have reunited where it all began, in their old lecture theatre at the London School of Economics.
GLF was telling us about coming out and how important it was for us to stand up and be recognised, and that we weren't, the monsters that the press and the psychiatrists and everyone else was telling the world we were.
I was only, 21. I'd left home because my parents disapproved of me being gay. I'd run away and moved in with my girlfriend.
I was brought up in India, and the whole idea of gayness was not in your consciousness.
Because back in those days, most LGBT people were ashamed and guilty. They were closeted. They dared not show their name in public.
In a way, I had no self-worth, and I had no gay pride or anything like that, because I had been hiding who I was.
Medical options involved seeing a lot of psychiatrists and convincing them that you were not just mad.
I ended up as a drag queen living in a commune in Notting Hill, and that was so unexpected, but when I got there it made perfect sense.
The GLF lit a spark that would burn for the next 5 decades. But those years also saw huge trials.
So don't die of ignorance.
When AIDS came along, the partners of the ones who died, the family would sweep in and throw them out of the flat or whatever. It was a time of real despair and bitterness. We're over that one now with the recognition of gay partnership, with a civil partnership. And people can't do that to their children anymore.
But there was still more fighting to be done after teaching about homosexuality was banned in schools.
Children who need to be taught to respect traditional moral values are being taught that they have an inalienable right to be gay.
The way that the community came back together over Clause 28 was incredible.
The 6 o'clock news from the BBC.
In the House of Lords, a vote is taking place.
In the late 1980s, Section 28 protesters stormed the BBC.
But then once it was got rid of it, good riddance, and a complete and utter waste of time it was.
Progression came later, steps towards righting the wrongs of the past and equality.
Legally,
it was a monumental vote to gave that equality in terms of the law.
We march for the right to walk down the aisle.
Pride has undergone many changes over the years. What started off as a protest of around 700 people is now a march of thousands. But what does it stand for today?
There is still a need for protest.
It's a fight back. It's a celebration.
I would emphasise our history, or they'll take it for granted.
We have massive issues in terms of international sport that to be seen publicly as gay is about being undamaging, which is astonishing. Even the friends of ours are now being very wary about what can you say, what's respectable enough to say. Gradually, they are trying to divide us all up. We need to join together even more.
Shout to wear horse until conversion therapy is banned for all.
Still today, a third of all LGBT people in Britain have been victims of
I just had an idea.
homophobia or transphobia.
If I cannot get the history from Desborough House, I'm going to get it from PRP.
No victory is ever forever unless you make it forever.
The next chapter in the GLF's history will be written on Friday when they march here once again 50 years after starting a revolution that changed so much for so many. Lauren Moss, BBC News.
So very quickly, let's take this picture now. Because
Actually, I'll tell you what I do.
Yeah, we were literally having a discussion about what if they fly off just before our cameras cut to them, but there they are. So these are the bee eaters. They're
I'll send
rather
this.
beautiful, as you can see, very rare in the UK.
Well, they don't look like they belong in the UK, do they?
Absolutely amazing plumes. We're in Norfolk, as you can see, and bird watchers are in for such a treat because they've turned up. The word is out. People are flocking, if I dare to use that term, to see them because they're so rare here in the UK. Reckon possibly to be here for just a matter of a few weeks, and there they are, just sort of picking themselves up in all their glory.
So they are working. People there are working as part of a breeding attempt to get more. There have been some breeding records of them in the last 20 years, and sad side to this, that many species are moving further north from the Mediterranean. Well, I do know because of climate change. So increased temperatures and other bird breeds are also moving in. So we can enjoy the beauty of them. There's a reason behind it.
Is our camera able to zoom in at all? Are we in any kind of contact?
You know what? Just be grateful we got them free. Seriously, it's never enough for you, is it? Never enough. You know, the ancient Egyptians, here's a little fact for you about those bee eaters, believed that bee eaters had medical properties, describing the application of bee eater fat to deter biting flies. So, you know, like we have, roll-on sprays and all that, you'd use the fat off them. And also, they treat the eyes with the smoke from charred bee eater legs. I wish I hadn't gone down this road.
No, should we go back to the picture?
To cure. No, because you've got to finish it. No, do the picture.
Yeah,
so this is what the ancient Egyptians did. The ancient Egyptians took these beautiful creatures and they used to treat the eyes with the smoke from charred bee eater legs to cure an unspecified female complaint.
It's always good to have good, nice pictures.
You get a groan in your ear, right? You get a groan in your ear from your producers. They're the ones who put all these facts for us to think about and memorise first thing in the morning.
And the time is 7:55.
Nearly a century ago, Battersea Power Station helped keep London powered. Now its Art Deco control room has been restored to its former glory.
So you might just have got a glimpse of some original features in films like The King's Speech, but soon visitors will have a chance to see it close up. Bhavani Vardy has this report.
It's what you expect from the grandeur of a ballroom rather than the beating heart of a coal-fired power station. From the gold-painted ceiling to the teak parquet floor, this is the first peak of Control Room A, which has now been fully restored to its Art Deco glory.
And it's here that the energy created in the power station and turned into electricity there was distributed all over London. And you can actually see that from the names on some of these distribution boards here. All the equipment is on display. This is the emphasis of digital. You can see it all, and you can see all the dials, but it is also the most amazing stylistic
Oh, fucking hell. I've just been doing what I was doing, right? And now I can't think what I've gone and done. It's just disappeared. Oh, shit. Where the fuck? What the hell? Well, let's go to sent. Drafts. Oh, this is sad. Oh shit! What a load of fucking bollocks! Oh shit! I've got to do all that again. I'm not doing. I'm not going to do it now. I'm going to do it later. This is evidence. This is really good shit. This is 2012. But I've got to go back to 2004 because that's when I started to get harassment because I went into Desborough House and got sectioned. It was a trap. Oh, no, it's 4 hours. 4 hours. So I'll do 6 hours. Oh, dear. And the telly's gone off. What's the telly gone off for? Yeah, this is POP. This is the evidence I need to actually say that I was actually locked up in section units and drugged up to pieces. Yeah, I was. I was on loads and loads of sodium valproate for a long time. Oh, fuck it. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll just send this straight to that. Right. Right. Let's, oh, shit. Right. I'll take a picture. Right, let's take a picture of this. Right, so just cut it up. Lovely. Lovely. Right, that's the back and front of that. Customers. More Oh yeah, that's good. Kind cigars. Gordon Thomas White. Yep. Where's my address? Patients regarding evidence. Evidence of NHS abuse. I have a case. Of slander against NHS. With photographic evidence. All was fine. And assessments. Oh, right. I'll just go to easily following that's going to the Echo. To moregroup.com. They're debt collectors. from O2 and the Echo Moorcroft. Oh, thank you for your email. Yeah, that's great. You got my email. Yeah, you got my email, right? Yeah, because Julie, adult social care, she's got a week off and she can't do nothing for me. So I'm going to do it all myself, right? And take the piss out of the adult social care. Julie, I don't give a shit about the situation. I'll deal with it myself, right? If you want to be lazy and take a week off work when I need you to do shit, you can't do shit, can you? You can't do nothing. Julie, what the fuck? Why are you slacking? If you was working for me, right, I would have fired you. If you took a week off when I had a customer or a patient or someone with troubles, and you took a week off, I'd fire you. Yeah, Pamjit told me. Julie Bursey from Adult Social Care is away for a week. That's great. I do like Julie, but she's not. She's just slacking. She's slacking. You know what I mean? That's it. It's no good. It's all right going, oh, Gordon, and all that. It's fucking crazy. It's like social NHS, you know, section units, assessments, and all the crazy shit going on. Now think about it. NHS are employing 20-year-olds, right? And they're standing there. And they're pissing off the older people. I raised money. When I was a child, I was raising money for Help the Aged. And what I want to tell you now is I'm getting older, but I'm getting abuse from the NHS. NHS, they're employing 20-year-olds, and I'm getting assessed by a bunch of wankers. Fucking idiots. And there's a lot of brown people in these section units. I don't like them. You know what I mean? That's it. I like some of them, right? I'm not racist, but a lot of them are shit. And, you know, this is it. Rubbish. Horrible people. And sometimes you might find a good brown man, you know, an actor, an artist. That's all right. You know, this is it. But mental health, if you look in the section units, all you'll see is brown people. And a few white people. Yeah, this is it. Filled up with tattoos and piercings. You know, piercings and tattoos. Like the NHS will employ anybody. NHS are shit. They're rubbish. Right, so this is it. What have I done? I've done an email. I'm going to squash probably a lot of debt. Because I'm not paying it. I'm not paying it because I was harassed and coerced into contracts. And basically the situation is I was put in section units and drugged up. How can I possibly contracts like, well, how? You know what I mean? Seriously. And I'm like, you know what I mean? Seriously. This is the situation, right? This is why, you know, O2 are fucked up. I've marked it down as slander from NHS because it is slander. It's the first today, isn't it? Yes, the first. That's right, because on the second, this is on hold until the 2nd of August. Oh, 2nd of August. Right. Oh. Have I got? Let's have a look. This is what I'm like. I take notes. You know, I've got notes. Yeah, I've got loads of little notes, bits of paper. You know what I mean? Seriously. Yeah, give me a kiss. Wow. No, don't give me a kiss, actually. What time is it? Let's have a look. Oh, 8:47. 8:47. Yeah. Oh. I think I'll play some music. I think I'll play some piano. Oh, let's see what I can find. The Healing Piano. I wonder what that's got. Let's play the Healing Piano.
From and for how long, schedule uploads, and enable Mixcloud Select on your profile.
That's gone to the newspapers as well. Yeah. Oh, you should see the shit they say. That's NHS. Dear Moon. That's great. That's gone. Sent. Let's see where I sent it. Twenty to 9. 20 to 9. What time is it now? It's 5 to 9. So it's taken 15 minutes to do a letter. Dear Moon, please see evidence. Sample of NHS. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, it goes on. It's great. That's great. done that twice. I done it once and I lost it, and then I done it again. Oh. Nice joint. I think I'll fall down to the corpse. Oh man. Whoa. Oh. Oh. 10:43. This is pretty cool. This is on Google. Right, it's telling me to walk over the road 3 minutes from my house over the road. Right, 10:43, get a bus, and then go to Eastleigh. It's the X6. X6. I might stand at the bus stop. I don't know. I will stand up if I was standing up for too long, I end up I've got to sit down because it will lower back. I lifted so many pianos, I couldn't believe it. It's years of pianos up, down, and so lift. I normally get a taxi, but I've only got £29. £29, that's all I got. And I will go to the jewellers and say, look, here I am. Give me some money. That's it, right? You've got another hour. You got 53 minutes, and that's 6 hours. And by then it'll be time to walk up the road and get a bus.
Thank you.
That's pretty good. Yep. That's another Instagram. I'm not doing TikTok at the moment. Yeah, I've deleted TikTok off my phone because I'm banned for life. But it's alright, I can put it back on again and argue like a lawyer and say, right, come on.
Drive by the big beach, I'm here on my own. L'émotion transparaît, même scénique paraît, les larmes coulent comme le sang coule, c'est la même moule, et la subit la même solitude, just a little picture, like 12-inch, all on my own. You think I'm going crazy, but I'm home alone. I'm home alone, yeah, on my own. When I'm eating pizza, I put down the phone. When I'm eating pizza, I'm home alone. Home alone, eating pizza. Eating pizza on my own. Pizza. Get yourself one, get on the phone. Pizza. I get it now cause your wife might moan. Get a 12-inch pepperoni. Maybe extra chili if she's as cold as a bone. Yo, I'm home alone. I'm home alone. Yeah, eating pizza. Eating pizza. I'm my own. Always on my own. But I don't moan. 'Cause I do what I want. I'm looking at you. I'm looking at you. Yeah, I'm looking at you. Yeah, with my last bit of pizza.
home alone. With my last bit of pizza. I'm gonna go now, cause I gotta get on the phone. I'll see you later, right? Have a good afternoon or morning or whatever. Yeah. Yeah, get your tits out. That's all I can say, you know what I mean?